Hello everybody. Is this working? It should be on, but the volume might be low. Am I at least good on the recordings, Sven? All right, then. We all hear it from the recording master. We're good. So, welcome everyone. Glad you're all here. I have good news. We're about to start. We're going to start in a few seconds. I have a few practical things. So, before you buckle up for Frank's talk, I think he has more than 100 slides of awesome. So, you know, you'll be blown away by that, I'm sure. For those who don't have buckles, I'm sorry, but I'm sure you'll be fine, I guess, I hope. So, practical things. First of all, and really important, for some weird reason yesterday in the delivery we got 3 cans of cat food. If anybody wants to try it / bring it home for their cat, get it in the lounge. Talking of food, so there will be free drinks and coffee in the lounge all day, and at 12:30 I believe we will have lunch, which should be served either in front or in the lounge itself. So what you should do, once you get hungry and it is time, go up through there, walk all the way to the end, and then on your left is the lounge and the food. But I guess you can then just follow the other hungry people, so you'll be fine. When you walk there, there's a whole bunch of booths from friends and sponsors of Nextcloud. I'll name a few of them later, but I do urge you to check out. They have all kinds of good stuff, things you can bring home. There will also be some stuff in your bag. Those of you who haven't had yet time to check in, sorry, but you can do that later. Without proper lanyard / badge, you are not allowed in the lounge room. So, you know, if you want to eat, make sure you get registered properly and wear them visibly. After 2 o'clock today, even the building management will kick out anybody without a badge and a lanyard, so it's going to get even more strict. And, yeah. Social media, I wanted to note #Nextcloud. I mean, maybe some year we'll do a Nextcloud conf tag, but for now this is it. If you have pictures and you want to share them with everyone else, 2 things. 1, keep in mind the people who have a red lanyard would prefer not to be photographed and put on fun places like Facebook and Twitter and other places. Either blur out their faces properly or, well, don't take a picture where they are in. You can share pictures with us. We've set up nextcloud.com/confpics. If you go there and you can upload your conference pictures, we can then later share those, put them in blog posts and, well, plaster them all over the web, basically. That's the plan. There's a tiny schedule change. Everything has moved about half an hour later. But after, I believe, the second break, it'll be all fine again, so don't worry. Your food is half an hour later, but 12:30 I think is still doable. I hope you had breakfast. I think that's all the important things, except for one. Please make sure that everybody has a good time, right? That means think of our code of conduct. Just be nice, be excellent to each other, and, you know, let's make sure everybody is having fun. I want to do a quick thank you to you, Berlin. Where is Dr. Hildman hiding there? Yeah, thank you for the venue, location, all the work you do every year for this. I also want to thank our sponsors. SUSE is sitting, I saw somebody from SUSE sitting over there. Thank you, Doug. There's Univention. I haven't seen anyone yet, but they're a sponsor as well. Tuxedo Computers, they're sadly not here, but they are in spirit and in physical laptops. There are a couple of Tuxedo gadgets that we have in the lounge room that you can bring, but first come, first serve, and there's not much left. I'm sorry. Turris, the makers of a really cool FOSS running hardware router, they are here. They have a booth upstairs. Go talk to them, figure out when it's time to replace your router at home with something that actually runs open source software and can be replaced, the software I mean. And NitroKey, also a sponsor, they also have a booth here, and I think everybody should have like a little NitroKey, some stickers, maybe a flyer in this bag. And if not, you can go past the booth, they have some more stuff. That's it, there are more booths. There's a Free Software Foundation Europe is here. I think there's a GNOME booth. OnlyOffice is here with a booth, so go talk to people and, you know, learn as much as you can. I think this is it. It's time for Frank, who will, well, talk more about Nextcloud and all the big stuff that I have been teasing on Twitter in the last week. So, here you go, Frank.
Cool. Thanks. So thanks everyone. Welcome to the 2019 Nextcloud conference, also from my side. Let's all give a bit of applause. I think it's really cool to be here every year. Again, for me also big thank you to the TU Berlin for hosting us. This is a really nice event. What's really special about this event, for my opinion, is that it's a community event. I mean, we have of course, some customers and some companies here, but at the end of the day, this is here at the weekend. So most of the people here are actually here as a volunteer and because they really like Nextcloud and like the community. So this is not like a paid event, this is really like a grassroots enthusiast event. I find this very nice. So most important from my side. So of course you might ask the question, why are we here? I mean, why do we spend our weekend here? What is so special? What is so interesting about Nextcloud? Why don't you do something else, like whatever, go to the park or whatever? Why you're here, right? What is the what's the reason for that? And I think the main reason is that there are some challenges in the world, specifically in the IT world at the moment. So there is this term that you might have heard, that data is the new oil. Some people say that, data is the new oil. What is meant with that? You all know oil and how important it is for our industry, for our society, of course. And the theory here is that data is basically the new oil of the future. So the companies, the countries, the people who control the data of the future, they are basically have similar power to the people who control the oil nowadays. And we all know how many conflicts and wars were basically triggered by oil. So the theory is that data becomes as important as the oil of the future. Of course, we all know the countries who export the oil at the moment. We all can mark them on a world map, I guess, right? I made a little bit of, spent a little of time and took a world map and I marked all the places where the data is actually produced and stored and owned. But I was really quick with this map because it basically looks like that. So, I mean, this is Silicon Valley, right? There is like Dropbox and Facebook and Google, and a little bit north is Amazon and Microsoft. And there are basically the big cloud companies. They are basically the companies who store and process most of the data on this world. And the question is if this is really good like that, if this is really useful, or if we need to change something here. And I actually think there are a lot of challenges with this situation. So first of all, it's a real centralization of power, really a lot of dependencies there. Security is a question. Is my data is really secure there? What about privacy? The reason is that most of those companies are making their money with advertising. Right? And if you make money with advertising, well, then you don't really have a strong interest in protecting the data because this is how you make money. Democracy is a question because if everybody depends on one country, for controlling all the data and the communication, maybe this is not so healthy for the future. Then from an economic perspective, there's the vendor login question, of course, right? If you like buy one of those services, then you don't have any choice, you can't escape it, there's no way out. And of course, from an innovation perspective, if you like a country like Europe or any country besides the US, if you want to have a local software industry and you want to innovate, then it's really difficult because what you can do with these cloud services, you can become a customer, you can become a user, but you can never basically really build, or not really replace it or build on top of that. You're just a customer. So this is of course a challenge, and I think this is a challenge for all of us and something we want to improve with Nextcloud. So what is special about Nextcloud? Is it just another cloud? Is it just another software? And of course, there are some fundamental differences. First of all, you can look at the mission, or the mission of Nextcloud. And the mission of Nextcloud is we develop software for decentralized and federated clouds as alternatives to centralized cloud services. Okay, this is what we do. And there are a few things in there which are really important. First of all, we develop software. Right? Some people might think that we are a cloud service. We are not. We don't have any servers. We just do the software to enable you to build up your own services. And it's all about decentralization. Decentralization and federation as alternative to the big cloud services. So this is what we do. And we achieve this, or we want to achieve this, with certain principles. So after a lot of discussions, with a lot of people, after some time, we came up with a list of principles that we want to follow. The first is that this is built for sustainability. So Nextcloud is not just another quick startup that is sold to someone next year and then some investors make money, but this is all set up to be a sustainable long-term company. So the founding group, like as you might know, Nextcloud was founded by 12 people originally. We all founded this idea, this project, this company, because we wanted to have something where we all want to work at, and we all want to work here for the next 10, 20, 30 years. This is not just a normal startup that disappears next week. So this is a sustainable thing. Privacy and security is super important for us. So everything we do follows the principle that we want to protect the privacy of the users and the security. We have more about this later, but this is really this is the core of everything. User-centered design is super important, right? There's so much software out there which is quite powerful, but no normal user can actually use it, and then it becomes sort of useless, I think. And the mission of Nextcloud is to do something which really fun to use, easy to learn, really good for everybody. So user-centered design is super important. Open source, of course, we are committed like everything to be a 100% open source company, which means everything we do is open source. There is no software that we produce which is not open source. That's very, very important. Also, we have an open source business model, right? The company makes actually money with open source. There are some other companies who say, yeah, we are an open source company now, but if you look at how they actually make their money, they make their money with proprietary extensions. But we are a real open source company. Trust is really important. This is something that might sound like obvious, but from my perspective, this is really key, because this is also how we work together with the bigger community. Because people ask sometimes, okay, you have like all these volunteers and together you write this software, how do you know if they don't do anything bad? Well, we're really open and we really trust people. Of course, there are some review processes and there are some things to make sure that there are no security problems and other things, but we're really open and trust the contributors and the volunteers and our partners, and this is really how together we can win. Open standards, we follow all open standards as much as possible, from WebDAV to ActivityPub to CalDAV, CarDAV, a lot of other standards. So if there's a standard, we always use it. If there's no standard, well, we have to invent our own APIs, which is stated and documented and proposed as an open standard. So this is really, really important. Decentralization, right? There is no part of Nextcloud which is centralized somehow. Everything is decentralized. That's our mission. We want to decentralize the infrastructure. Community is really important. So we really do all the stuff in the open on GitHub specifically. So even our website, it's actually a bit of sort of crazy, but actually our nextcloud.com website is developed in the open by community people. And we get like pull requests and patches from volunteers who improve the website. And even the design of our website is done by a volunteer. So this is really mind-blowing for some other companies, but we are really, really open here, community-oriented. Inclusion and diversity is super important. We believe that this makes us a better team if we are inclusive, and we want to improve the diversity, so this is absolutely important. Accessibility, we really believe that everybody should be able to use the software, even independent from their capabilities. Okay, so these are our principles. Of course, it's really easy to have like these high goals, right? And then the question is, okay, what do you actually achieve there? And I think we can look a little bit back. Nextcloud is like 3.5 years old now, roughly. And let's look a little bit back what we did so far. So first of all, I'm really proud about our software, our product. I can talk about this in a few other slides later. But I really think if you take everything together we have at the moment, I think we are one of the most advanced Office 365 alternatives. And the same is for Google Suite, of course. There are no other software which is that advanced and is open source and runs on premise. So this is really our unique thing behind Nextcloud. Run wherever you want. I mean, Nextcloud really runs from a small, tiny Raspberry Pi at home up to a huge cluster of 100,000, or the biggest installation is actually 20 million users. And this is the same software, so it really runs from very small to very big. But the point is that the users can decide where the data is stored. Right? You can look at the software, what Nextcloud can do, and maybe you like the features, and then you decide, okay, I want to run this at home or in the hosting center of my company or at a trusted certified service provider, or maybe you choose to run it on AWS or somewhere else, but you have the choice. And you can, of course, later migrate it around. If you start with one service provider and don't like it anymore, just move to a different one. No problem. You keep your software and you keep your data. That's not possible with anybody else. 100% open source, as I mentioned already. Everything is 100% open source, and of course this leads us to having one of the biggest open source communities. Sometimes we forget this, but we have around 2,000 people who contribute code to Nextcloud, not even counting translations and packaging and promotion and other things, and not even the third-party ecosystem apps. Right? Just in our repositories, we have like over 2,000 people actually contributing code, which makes Nextcloud one of the biggest open source projects out there. I think we have very first-class security processes and features. We learn a little bit later the details about that here, but I think we are really, really up to the highest standards here. The usability and the UX is great. I have some examples later. And we really have a lot of users. I mean, if you talk to our update server, we have one server which Nextcloud servers ask for updates, and there we can roughly estimate, we don't track any users or servers, of course, but we roughly estimate that we have over 300,000 servers out there, so 300,000 installations out there. And an installation, as I said, might be a Raspberry Pi or might be a huge government, just an installation. And there we also estimate we have about 25 million users. So this is quite a lot, especially because Nextcloud is so young. So, and I think because we do all those work and improve all those things, our users really, really notice what we are doing. And I collected some things. First of all, some quotes from Twitter from our community. And they're really nice quotes. It really comes from, hey, it gives me the opportunity to get into open source. Some people say Nextcloud is the best solution for my own cloud. There's smooth upgrades, the stability. People really like what we are doing. And if you go to YouTube, for example, just go to YouTube for fun and look for Nextcloud, you have videos like that. Right here are 5 reasons why I love Nextcloud. It's really, really nice. So we really have a lot of happy users. This is really, really nice to see. Of course, they're not only home users, there are also a lot of bigger companies and organizations who trust in Nextcloud. So we have the German government, we have the French government now, there are companies like Siemens, there's ARD, the German television, there's Amnesty International, the Red Cross, and many, many more. I mean, we have like lots of those organizations who use it. These are just some examples. And also, if you talk with the press also likes what we are doing. There are some quotes from here, the Windows report, for example, the best free cloud software for Windows you can choose. Or here the Spiegel wrote, Nextcloud is a counter model to the typical cloud offerings from large US providers such as Microsoft. Or Finanzen.net wrote like how a German startup trumps cloud giants like Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. So this is really nice that we are recognized what we're doing here. Okay, so this is all nice, but I think we want to look forward now. Let's not celebrate the past too much. I'm really the person who looks forward, and I think we want to move forward. And today, of course, the first thing I wanted to talk about is the next big step for Nextcloud, which is obviously Nextcloud 17. So if you know, Nextcloud 16 was released just a few months ago, but we are moving forward really, really fast. So 16 is the next big release that I want to talk about today. As always, we focus on 3 areas, like productivity. It should be really like nice, usable software, as I mentioned before. Speed and scalability is very important, and also security, because only if everything comes together, only then it becomes a good solution for everybody. So let's start with productivity. So productivity, we have a lot of functionality already in Nextcloud. I mean, most of you might know this web interface here. You have your files, you can upload, download them, you can share them, you can tag them, you can search for them, delete, undelete, rename, share with others, comment about them. You can do a lot of things. It's a really powerful way to manage your files. Enterprise files you can share solution, basically. But of course, there's more. There's also Nextcloud Talk, which is our communication product. So that's a way to chat and to audio and video calls with other people. And you can do this in smaller groups or can do big groups as a webinar. Can do screen sharing, can do a lot of things. And we even have mobile apps. Here on the right-hand side, you can see a screenshot of a mobile app. So you can also do everything on the phone if you want to. That's very powerful. And the third thing is obviously our groupware. So this is super popular. We have a calendar and contacts and email integration and a Kanban board, project management. So a lot of ways to do groupware. But of course, we don't want to stop there. So we really improve in a lot of areas. One is that we launched lately is this project feature. Because you notice that we have all these different capabilities, like chats and files and calendars and everything. But there should be a way to tie this closer together. So this new project feature, I don't know if you can see it, but on the left-hand side you see files. In the middle, what is that? That's the project. And here they have a chat, and you can all group this together. You can say this chat channel belongs to this shared folder, belongs to this shared calendar, belongs to this Kanban board. And you can basically, as a team, then group every resources together across different apps. Well, this is very powerful to organize your work. Then the next thing I wanted to mention is social. That's a new feature that we launched a few months ago. This is about social networking, but also social networking inside your organization. You can use this as a company, a group, or university social network, or even outside with everybody. And that's working because it's using the Mastodon compatible API called ActivityPub. So you can really like a federated social network, and you can post photos and files across all the Nextcloud servers out there. And now I want to give you a live demo of one of the coolest features we have at the moment, which is called Nextcloud Text. So let me see, 1 second. Can you see it? Okay, cool. So this is the Nextcloud interface as I described it. Right here in the top, you have your navigation of the different components. Here you can select on your different files that you shared with others, or you have your favorite and so on. And of course, here's the plus button that you can use to create a new file. Okay, so you can do different things, upload a file, create a folder, create like an Office document, a spreadsheet, and so on. But what I'm doing here today is do this new text document. So I pick a name, call it test file. Okay, and what happens now is that I'm inside an editor, and this is a Markdown editor, and I can do different things here. Where's the navigation bar? Okay, whatever. I can edit a document here, and I can, let me see, do bold text, or I can do a list here. So you can basically edit a rich document here. And this is a Markdown document. I don't know how many of you know Markdown, but it's very cool because it's actually a normal text file, but you can structure your text like that. And the cool thing is, of course, I can then close it, and it's just a normal text file. And this is then, of course, immediately synchronized to all my other devices, synchronized to me on my phone and my desktop, and I can open it with local Markdown editors because there are lots of Markdown editors out there for all platforms. Okay, but let's go back into it. So here's again my document. And what I can do now too is I can open this sidebar here, and I can see what versions here exist, and I can see there's already different versions of the file. I can roll back if I made a mistake, where I can see some activities, what I did with the file, leave a comment, and do other things. But what's really cool, what's very interesting is, of course, I can also share this file with others. Let's go to sharing here. And I want to share it with Julius, who is sitting here in the audience, and he is actually the main developer of this app. And if I click on this, in this input line, you can see already some suggestions. So this is some machine learning features that we developed like lately, where you suggest like different users that you probably want to share this document with. Okay, let's type Julius, and here Julius here. Click, and now you can see here in the list that he has now access to the file. And I can here, for example, say if it should be read-only or edit rights. But in this case, I give him edit rights. So he's also like here in the same document now. And now if I type, you can already see Julius typing here. Okay. So this is actually collaborative editing of a Markdown file in Nextcloud. So this is like a full Markdown editor, which works collaboratively. I can also type here, and he made something bold here at the top. So this is super useful. And again, I can close it and sync it to my phone later, and sync it back, and keep on working on it. So it's super flexible there. Okay, but of course, because Julius might be not in the same room, but somewhere else, we need to coordinate what we are doing here. And for that, you can click on the chat button here. And then I actually have a chat with the people who are editing the same document at the same time. Okay, here, Julius joined the conversation too. Say hi. So we can actually chat here and really work together on the same document. And this is not limited to 2 people. You can have as many people as you want working on the same document together. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, but I mean, chatting is nice, but of course you might actually want to directly talk with the person. And now I have this start call button here that I can press. Let's see what happens now. Now if you actually have a video call. Yeah, so this also works with more people. It's not limited to 2 people, but we can actually have a video call. I have switched off audio here, would be a bit too confusing. But we have a real call with several people with a chat where you work collaboratively on a document, and this is super useful for like meeting notes or other things. And that's a very powerful feature. And again, it's not limited here to the web interface. You can also keep on working on Mac, Windows, Linux, iOS, Android. They're very nice Markdown editors too. Okay, cool. Then thanks a lot. And let's go back to the slides. Okay. Okay. So next feature I want to mention is that sometimes this Markdown editor is not enough. Sometimes you want to work with Office documents, Microsoft Office documents or LibreOffice documents. And for that, I'm happy to say that we have the very same feature also for Office documents. This requires software from partners. And we have 2 partners here, and they're also both here at the conference with Collabora Online and OnlyOffice. And they both provide plugins for Nextcloud that can be integrated into Nextcloud, that you can edit Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint documents directly in the browser, and again, also collaboratively, and again, also with the chat sidebar and with the video call. And this is super powerful. I'm actually very, very proud and happy about this feature because no one else can do that. And even like Microsoft, I mean, they have like Skype for Business and Teams and other stuff, but this happens in a completely different window, and this has nothing to do with Word, and the same for Google and all the others. But we actually have this super nicely integrated. You just go to your document that you want to edit, you share it with a group of people. Some people even can send out a public sharing link. You don't even need an account on the server. And you click on it, and you edit the document, and directly you have the chat, and you have the video call, nothing to configure. And this is very, very powerful and very, very useful feature for productivity. Now let's talk a little bit about Nextcloud Talk, which is our communication product. You saw a little bit about it already. that you can do integrating into other things, but we also actually improved it a lot lately. Here is an example of some commands and a chatbot integration, basically. So you have this feature that inside the Nextcloud Talk channel, you can execute some commands. Maybe you can do /Wikipedia or something, and then it automatically calls a script which queries Wikipedia and posts the results back into the chat channel. Or you have like a simple example of a calculator on top. And this is very, very useful if you integrate this inside your organization. Maybe you have some ERP system, maybe you have some vacation planning tool, something, and you can actually integrate commands here where you can do everything then in a chat channel. It's very powerful integration. The last thing we added, like the latest version, is a lobby. Because at the moment, there's just a call room, and you go to the room, and everybody has a meeting and then leaves the room again. But sometimes you really want to have a specific start date. You want to have a real webinar or something, where the moderator configures a start date and say, okay, at this time the meeting starts, and then all the participants, they can go to the room and they see then this waiting sign. They see, okay, the call hasn't started yet. There's a date where you can see it's counting down until the start date, and then when the date is reached, the call starts and we have the meeting. It's a very, very nice feature. Another feature that we launched in the latest release is an integration on the public sharing page. Let me explain what this is. So let's say I have a PDF. I have a PDF that I'm working on, and I want to send this PDF to other people. Then as always, I can create like a share link and send it to someone, clicks on the link, and then basically sees the PDF, as you can see on the left-hand side. But now we also have Talk integrated on the sidebar. So let's say you have a document that you have to like review together with someone. Just send the link, and you both jump into the chat or do a video call, and then you have a conversation with the people around this PDF. We can basically review the document together, and this works for all kinds of document formats. But it's again very useful to collaborate. Also outside your organization, right? The other person doesn't need an account on the server. Just a link, click on the link, and they can view the document and chat. And there are lots of more things. For example, the mentioning system with the push notifications to the phone is improved. We have a level indicator where people can see if they're accidentally muted or not. There's a new backend which has a lot of better performance, support for more browsers. So this is really getting a lot better. Okay, but there's not all. Now we have a lot more improvement in the area of usability and user experience and productivity. And for that, I want to ask Jan, our design lead, to show us a little bit more here.
Thank you. Yeah, so you already saw a bunch of the things that we worked on design-wise, text, talk, and more. Really plenty of stuff that we worked on with the design team. And I want to highlight a few more things. So one of these is the polishing. We do this for every release. We sit down in a room, we lock ourselves in for 2 to 3 hours or something, and look at a whole like new pre-release and see what are the small issues, what are the paper cuts that people would stumble over, and we make a giant list, and then we fix it. And this time we fixed more issues than ever before. And yeah, a special shout out to Greta, who fixed probably at least half of these issues. And yeah, also thanks to everyone else who fixed any of these issues. And yeah, another, like, it's a bigger polishing part, is that we now use what is called a native font stack. So that basically means that whichever operating system you use, whether it's Windows or macOS or Android or Ubuntu or whatever, it will show with the font that is native to your system. So it looks like it's kind of more part of the system. So we also did that because the font that we were using, it had difficulties displaying a Cyrillic, for example, and other different alphabets. So we just went with this, which also, for example, is used by Twitter. You might have noticed that, yeah, it just looks, I mean, you actually don't notice it because it just looks normal, right? As so often in design, you don't notice it. So like there's these are, I don't know if you can see the difference. I mean, these are two different native fonts. Like I think one is Roboto, one from Android, and the other one is GNOME. So yeah, you can barely see the difference, and that's kind of the point. It will look similarly on macOS, for example. It will always look nice. So another thing, also kind of polishing, is that we now have app recommendations. So one issue is that currently when you install Nextcloud, you have this kind of empty-ish top bar, and you have files, activities, and gallery there, but you kind of don't really know what Nextcloud really has to offer, like what lots of you app developers, for example, are doing. And so what we now do is, for a new release, you get these like 4 main apps recommended, which is Calendar, Contacts, Mail, and Talk. So this will be seen by admins, and then yeah, you kind of just know that there's apps and that you can go to the App Store. So when you click it, it will go to the deep link of the app, and this way we also kind of advertise the fact that there's lots more apps out there. So yeah, that people know what you all work on basically. More good news for app developers is, this I found this slide in the dusty old slides from last year. This is how standardization looked last year. Lots of markup code, didn't really look good. You needed to follow like special class instructions. You needed to use specific things, and this all changed now. This is it now. A lot simpler, a lot less code. It's now nice view components. So yeah, a special shout out to Bart, Julius, Christoph, and everyone else who's been working on that. Also, you may clap now. And the cool part is also you get stuff that is normally maybe a bit difficult, like accessibility, for example. You get that for free in these view components. And if you want to know more, participate or use them and see the documentation where this is listed, just go to the GitHub repository, to the Nextcloud View repository. And so, yeah, this is the web app part, but yeah, as you know, we're not only about web apps. So the last thing that I'm going to show you is something that we've been working on is cross-platform coordination. So making sure that all the apps, like our mobile apps, our desktop app, and the server side is all on feature parity. So you see in some areas, this is a bit of an, because we moved it to issues, this is a bit of an older table. So a bunch of this stuff is already fixed, but it's a nice overview of like where we still have work to do, and we're constantly working on making it feature complete on every platform, so that you have the same experience wherever you are and everything is available. Yeah, wherever. Okay, that's it. Back to Frank.
Okay, thanks a lot. So this was the first part of the improvement of 17. The second area, as I mentioned, is speed. So of course, if Nextcloud wouldn't be performant, then what would be the point in the first place? So this is why we're constantly working on improving the scalability and speed and performance of Nextcloud. So overall, I'm really, really happy with the architecture we have, because it's really scalable in the real sense of scalable. Scalability means that it's really something from very small to very big. And it's very small. For example, left-hand side, you see a Raspberry Pi. I mean, you always use Raspberry Pi as an example. I'm not really sure. I really would love the Raspberry Pi as a server, but you could. Right? The software works on very, very small devices, and it works like up to over Linux servers and clusters of Linux servers and bigger systems. On the right-hand side, you see a hosting center, which can serve like 100,000 of users based on running Nextcloud. And this is actually the hosting center of Daisy. That's a particle accelerator who is actually using Nextcloud. They're actually running it on those servers for a really huge amount of data. So it's really, really, really good here. But of course, we want to do a little bit more, because we don't have 100,000 of users, but we actually have millions of users. And the biggest installation that we are aware of has 20 million users. That's a big service provider. And for that, you really can't do this in one cluster anymore. And for them, we built an architecture called Global Scale. You can basically think about it as a cluster of clusters. And you can basically have different clusters distributed over different hosting centers on different continents, but they still, with the help of Global Scale, work together as one service, as one instance. So, and of course, we're still improving this. For Nextcloud 17, we have improvements in the global site selector, which is one component, and we have the Collabora integration. So here I want to nerd out a little bit, sorry for that, but I think this is really, really cool, because what this means is you can basically collaborate on the same document with different people, while the people working on this document are actually hosted on different hosting centers on different continents. Right? So can really completely distribute it, but still work together on the same thing. And this is really unique. I don't think anyone else, not even the big guys, have a similar feature like that. So this is really, really nice. Of course, we also improve. Other components of Nextcloud. So this is the web interface. There's a lot of work going on to make it like snappy, more responsive, more faster. We moved to Webpack, for example, which helps like make it just a lot nicer and faster to use. Of course, there's also the storage integration, right? Because Nextcloud needs to store the files somewhere in a backend, and we have lots of different options for that. And one of the more popular options is, of course, the S3 object store connector. And this is a feature that exists for a long time, but in latest release, we really also improved it a lot. So we introduced more streaming here, and the big new feature is native versioning support. So you can basically use the native versioning of the storage backend directly inside Nextcloud. This makes everything a lot nicer, and this helps with integrating with all kinds of storage systems like the Red Hat storage or SUSE Enterprise storage and other things. And of course, there are also other backends. So another very important backend is IBM Spectrum Scale. That's a partner from us. And we're working together for several months already to integrate Nextcloud better with the storage. And I want to ask Ulf from IBM to tell us a little bit more about that.
Already on? Yeah, okay, so we are working a while together, not basically me, but a colleague. But I volunteered here to come here the weekend to be here. So that is Spectrum Scale is a scalable file system. Yeah, and that one is the leading edge system that we delivered last year with 250 petabytes. And the numbers in blue, that are the acceptance criteria. And you can sense there's a lot of activity in the file system. And if you configure that as external storage into Nextcloud, then you cannot scan the file system every 15 minutes or so to see what is going on. Yeah, that does not work at this scale. Yeah, and we have for that developed a feature for real-time notification. The activities in the file system, yeah, we scan it and push it into a Kafka system. And from there, other applications can pull out the events and do whatever they need to do certain things. Yeah, I visit the customer this week. They generate about 1 petabyte of new data from instruments. They do science. And they are using this feature to copy the data from an ingest file system within 1.5 seconds into an HPC file system and run there the analysis of the acquired data. Yeah? And after some time, they get the results, and they desire to share the results with Nextcloud. Yeah? And with that new integration feature, they can build an end-to-end pipeline, ingest HPC, and then after some time, they can share the results like any other document. Yeah, and with this notification feature we push the updates into Nextcloud via Redis and Memcache, so you no longer need to poll. Yeah, that doesn't work at this scale.
Okay, thanks a lot. And I think there will be a lightning talk with more details about this later, in which scenario this can be useful. Double microphone, good point. Stereo. Okay, so let's talk about the third area, which is really important, this is security. And if Nextcloud wouldn't be secure, what's the point of it, right? So because this is security is a real focus of us. And we do a lot of improvements in a lot of areas. For example, something we added lately is support for access control lists, ACLs. So if you're really a big organization with a complex rights structure with different groups and so on, you can model your access rights here with ACLs. You can see it here in the screenshot a bit. You can really model, as you know from other platforms, access rights for sub folders. That's a very long-standing feature request. Second thing is, of course, our end-to-end encryption that we are launched a while ago, but we want to be really careful with that. It's still basically in preview or in beta stage, but it's really working. A lot of people using it already. So it's a very interesting, powerful new feature if you really have documents that are really, really super secure. So then we come to another big announcement from today, and this is a feature request that exists forever, and this is remote wipe. So a lot of people want to wipe their devices if they lose their phone, for example. So far, our answer was, get a mobile device management solution. And we still do this. We still support it. We work together with a bunch of mobile device management solutions and companies. But today, I'm really happy to say that we also have our own remote wipe solution built into every single Nextcloud 17. That's a quite nice feature. It works like that. You basically have two modes. First, the admin mode. So this is the normal user management. You see the users there. And on the right side, there's this menu. You can click there, and you can just select or disable user, for example, but also wipe all devices. And this means that all devices that are connected by this user will be then, all the Nextcloud files will be then deleted from this device. Our second way is, of course, as a user. I have this device overview on Nextcloud where you can see you have your connected laptop, an iPad, and phone and other devices. And I can say, okay, I still have my laptop with me, but my phone I left somewhere. And I can say, okay, I want to wipe only the phone, but still keep all my files on my other devices. And this is done very nicely because you get a push notification from the system once the wipe is done. Then you know, okay, there was internet access. Of course, I need network for that, obviously. And if it's done, you get a push notification, okay, device is successfully wiped. And then, well, if someone opens the app, they just see a login screen and can't access any data. Next feature is secure mailbox. So this is very cool. This is a very innovative feature, which I also don't think exists anywhere else. So it actually works together with our Outlook plugin. As you might know, we have an Outlook plugin which integrates into Microsoft Outlook. Let's say I'm writing a mail to someone, and this mail should be very secure. And I have a text, and I also have an attachment there maybe, and type in the recipient, and I want to send this mail to the person, but I don't trust email, because as you know, email is not very secure. You can read it on the mail server, and there are other problems with it, but it should be really secure. Because of that, I click on our Outlook button, and then you get our normal Outlook interface, and there is this checkbox, secure mailbox. And if you check that, what happens then is then your mail, all the attachment is replaced by the standard text with a link. Okay? And then this mail is sent out like that, and the recipient can then click on the link and then see the mail and the attachment in the web interface. And this is, of course, then encrypted and secured with certificates and other things. And, of course, the authentication here can also happen with two-factor authentication. So this is basically, you could say, it's like a two-factor authentication for email. So this is a very, very interesting, cool new feature that we did with our partner, Asanti here, who developed this Outlook plugin. But this is, yeah, exactly. But this is not all. There's a lot more improvements in the secure area. For that, I want to ask Roland, our security lead, to tell us more about that.
Thank you. Is it on? Yes, perfect. Okay, so one of the things, since I was last on stage, we have now is suspicious login detection. And what this does is, say, most of us are probably creatures of habit. So if we log into our Nextcloud environment, it's either at home or at work, most likely, or at your parents' girlfriend. But they're often known places. And what our suspicious login detection does, it collects this data, and it trains a neural network. So if now, for example, there's a login to your account from South America or Asia, then, well, that's strange. So you get a push notification and an email saying that there was a new login from a location that's the system deemed suspicious. And, well, if it was you, you know, because then you are in South America on the beach and you needed to relog in. But if it wasn't you, then you can quickly access your account and change your password to make sure that there's no sensitive data leaked. So as I said, we train a neural network to do this. But of course, here again, we care that it's your data, so all the training happens on your own instance. This happens in the background, all transparent to the user, but it never leaves your system. So we don't send it off to some big fancy company or even to us. It stays on your own server. Then, of course, to make sure that suspicious login detection doesn't even get triggered, we all have very long and secure random passwords for your account, which is something you know. But as most of you here are probably already aware, there has been two-factor authentication support in Nextcloud for a long time now. And your second factor is something you are or you have. So it can either be a token on your phone, or it can be a hardware key you plug into your system, things like that. And for a few versions now, we also have the enforcement of two-factor. So you can say everybody on my instance needs to authenticate with its second factor or not, or only people of a certain group. So you want to make sure that the finance department always has second factor enabled. But as the ones of you who tried that might have seen, this wasn't ideal because it just locked out the users and the admin had to generate a one-time token and so on and so forth. So what we did in Nextcloud 17 is streamline this a lot. So if you now enable enforcement of two-factor authentication and a user that hasn't set up two-factor authentication before logs in, they get presented with this screen and they have to set up a second factor. And so the moment they do that, they have their second factor and their account is secured with this. So it's a way to streamline the process, to not burden the administrator and have a smooth transition to more secure accounts. The other thing we're introducing with Nextcloud 17 is secure view. And this, because we know the feeling that you want to share something with somebody, but you want to make sure that they don't get the file. You just want them to view what they're doing, what you share to them. And for this, we have several options that you can. One of the easy things is that we don't show the download option anymore, so it's only shown in a dedicated viewer. But that, of course, leads to the problem we all know from a lot of software that well, it's just annoying and you could still press print screen. Of course, for this, we also introduce with secure viewing watermarking. So you can add your own watermark, which is then respected in a number of apps. And well, as you can see on the screen, there are numerous options for when you want to do secure viewing, when you want to have the watermarking enabled. So that would then look something like this. This is a screenshot from Collabora. So we see here that the watermark is printed in several places. So if you do a screenshot, it's still you can trace it back to that it was your file accessed at this date. And I recently heard that this is also soon available in our OnlyOffice plugin. Oh, well, so outdated information, already there even. So that then makes it possible to share your Office documents or PDF files or images in a more secure way if you want to make sure that they stay your images. Then, as I've talked about on this stage a few times before, we run a bug bounty program at HackerOne, which means we invite hackers from all over the world to well, check out our software, and they have a secure and easy way to notify us of vulnerabilities they find. We have been running this since the beginning of Nextcloud, and well, it works. We get high quality reports that we then act upon that make the software more secure. And I'm proud to announce that today, or well, Jos beat me to it by a day, but we're doubling all the bounties of our program. So the maximum bounty, even though we never had to pay it. Well, I mean, that helps, but it's now $10,000, and all the other. So yeah, this means that if somebody actually finds something that's critical, which again didn't happen so far, and we're pretty confident it won't, but if they manage to find something big, they get even better monetary rewards. So we hope that encourages everybody to do responsible disclosure and help make Nextcloud safer. And that's it. Back to Frank.
Okay, that's very cool. So if someone wants to look into our software and finds a security problem, you can make some money. But as Ron said, didn't happen so far. I think we're really confident about the security because that we are increasing the bounty, of course. Okay, so security is very, very key. As I mentioned before, and as Roland explained, this is very important for us, because if the security wouldn't be good, then that wouldn't make any sense. So because that we implement a lot of security features, some of them we heard today, but of course we did a lot more security features in the past. And because of that, I think it's really cool that a lot of those things actually come together. Some of you might know that there's a product category called Virtual Data Room. So this is a product category that is used for super secure, high sensitive collaboration. So this is done sometimes if you really like, if like, I don't know, one big company negotiates with someone else, or like if a government negotiates with another government, for very high secure ways to collaborate. And I'm really happy that a lot of things actually come together. And because of that, I'm happy to announce that we together launch a new product called Nextcloud Virtual Data Room. This comes together with Nextcloud 17. And this is a product which really helps for super high secure collaboration. So, thank you. So this is actually interesting, because a lot of the stuff we did last few years, and also like now with 17, actually comes together to form the foundation of this product. So of course as I showed earlier, we can collaborate around documents like Markdown or Microsoft documents or LibreOffice documents. We have the secure authentication, so the two-factor secure authentication that Roland showed, which helps to make sure that only the right person can access it. There's a suspicious login neural network feature, which helps to make sure that no one else logs into your system. There's an auditing log where you can actually check who accessed which file when. The end-to-end encryption feature that I mentioned, the secure view, the view-only feature, and the watermarking feature, and also the remote wipe. And because everything comes together, I think we are actually one of the best products in this area. But again, I want to stress, this is just, at the end of the day, this is just Nextcloud 17, right? And again, this is just all open source again. So you all can have this basically now. This is not like a weird product which is somehow special or needs special configuration or something. This is just everything we do, again, open source and available for everybody. Okay, but so far I talked mainly about the server, but of course we also have very powerful clients. Let's talk a little bit about our clients. Let's get started with the desktop client. I'm happy to announce that we have a 2.6 release of our desktop client nearly done. There's a release candidate available today. It has a better login flow. It is more compatible with some SSO solutions, and it of course supports the remote wipe feature that we showed earlier. And there's also a new preview of the virtual try feature, also available today for everybody. This is a feature where you can see all the files in your Nextcloud, even if they don't fit into your local hard disk. So this is a feature we're working on since a few months, and we're making really nice, good progress. And there's another preview today, and we hope that we can release the final very soon about that. And of course, there's a lot of improvements in the mobile app. Here, Android, for example, we already support like trash bin, media streaming, and searching, and a lot of other things. And of course, remote wipe now also. You can also, like, your Android apps will be wiped, as I said earlier. And we also have Chrome OS support. So if you want to have a Chromebook, for example, this is also now fully supported with Nextcloud. And the iOS app, we also have a ton of improvements. We have better notifications. We have a better file provider for multi-user accounts. A better share view. You can really do everything you can do in the browser. You can also do on the phone. That's super powerful. The activities, notification is better. And of course, we also have a dark mode now. It's very cool. Some fans of the dark mode. Yeah. No, this is very cool because, as you might know, there's iOS 13 coming out next week, and just in time, we fully support this, of course. Okay, so when do you get all of that? All of everything I just showed you is like available today as a release candidate, and the final will be out in 2 weeks. But you can test all of that. You can download all of that today. Everything, again, is open source. Just go to our download page, download it, and test it. Everything we showed you here today. And the final, as I mentioned, in 2 weeks. So you just look for the final testing. I don't know if there's some polishing left, but it's basically done, and you can use it today. But I want to do another special preview today. So usually, as you might have noticed, we together decided that we only want to show you features that are basically done, that are available today, and not so much speculate about the future, that everything might be awesome in the future. We will talk like others might do. We basically only talk about stuff that's available today. But here I want to make a little bit of an exception and talk about a very cool feature, in my opinion. And this is called Nextcloud Flow. And this is actually a new workflow component. So we're introducing a workflow tool in Nextcloud, which is very powerful and flexible. And there are some use cases. I want to go through some use cases for now. So maybe you want to automatically create a PDF based on a file that's uploaded. Or maybe you want to get a push notification every time your colleagues changes a specific Excel file. Or maybe you want to send a message into a specific talk channel every time a specific file is like renamed or whatever, something happens. Or you want to call an external script. In a lot of organizations, you have external scripts for some data analysis or other things. You can call this automatically if something specific happens. Or you create like an entry in the deck app, like, it's a project management tool we have, or a calendar entry, or you start a full approval workflow if something specific happens, like a vacation request in a specific folder or something. So lots of use cases that are very popular where you can do a lot of automation there. And it actually looks like that. I think our UI team made a really good job with working on that. So the first thing you see is this nice overview of actions, of things that happen. You can first decide, I want to have a notification or a mail or some other thing that might happen. And you select this. And the second thing you do after that, you define the conditions. I don't know if it's easy to see, not really, but you can define basically when those actions happen. You can say, okay, when someone of this LDAP group touches a file that is tagged with this tag, at that time from that device in that folder, then do something. There are a lot of complex rules that you can define. And here you can see there are already few rules. There's the green, red, and blue. There are 3 different rules already. And this can be defined as an administrator or also by an individual user. So a user can model their workflows, or an administrator can also define it. And I'm really happy that this is not just a preview that we plan to do, but this actually exists already today. So if you want to test this, you can test this today. And we have on our download page a link to what we call the daily master. This is a daily build of our main development branch. You can go there and you can test this out already today. And it will be part of the next release, Nextcloud 18, that comes out later. This will be final there, but this is already working today. And I hope that some of you might be motivated to implement more actions or come up with new ideas and new conditions to make this even more useful. And I know that there is another talk, a workshop about this later today, where you can learn more how this works and how you can extend the system. And I think it can be just super, super powerful and really productive for a lot of organizations. Okay, this leads me to the last thing I wanted to talk about today, and this is our developer program. Because if you saw the presentation so far, you might think that Nextcloud is just a nice product. That's true, it's a nice product, but it's also a platform. So Nextcloud is also a platform where you can build on top of. And this is something that's very important, because integrating with other software is absolutely super, super important here for us. And for that, I'm happy that today we launch a new developer program to make this like easy as possible for everybody. So first of all, we have this new website called nextcloud.com/developer, where you can go there, you can see links to all the documentation of all the different APIs. We have example code. You can create a new plugin. There's a wizard for that. You can basically fill in a few IDs and you get already your basic app download, and you can fill in your business logic, and then you have a Nextcloud plugin, and there's a way to talk with others, developers on the forum, and to get in contact with us if you want to do shared marketing around your plugin. So there are a lot of options where we want to help you to extend Nextcloud, but also integrate Nextcloud into your other software. But that's something that's very important, and this is important for industry partners. So we work together with a lot of other organizations, projects, and companies. OnlyOffice, of course, Collabra, Moodle, RocketJet, now also IBM, and NitroKey. There's something in your bag. So we work together with a lot of organizations, and there are many more actually. But this is not only for companies. This is also for our community. And as I mentioned, our community is just super important. So we have an app store of over 200 extensions and apps. That store is misleading. It's all free and open source, of course. But this is a place where everybody in the community can publish their extension. And this is something that's really important. And we hope that we have more and more of those apps thanks to this new developer program. And to push this forward, we did an app development contest lately, where we encourage people to write cool apps for Nextcloud. And I want to hand over the thing to Nina to tell us more about this cool context that we did lately. Oh, Marinella, of course. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
So does this work? Yeah. So yeah, as Frank was saying, we have a kind of a huge app ecosystem. As of today, it is like 200 apps, mostly maintained and developed by community. So that actually means like, that still works, yeah. That means that like hundreds of people are contributing to develop apps in their free time. That's really awesome. Just like, thank you. So yeah, earlier this year we decided to have like a friendly app contest so that people can showcase the new best apps that they really like to use. And Marinella organized it, so thank you very much, Marina, for organizing the app contest. and yeah, so we want to showcase today the 5 main apps that made it to the final contest. And the first one is external storage drive. So basically, maybe you use OneDrive, but you want to have the Nextcloud experience. And external storage OneDrive helps you, well, having your OneDrive as an external storage, but still using like the Nextcloud apps. So this was like really cool for, well, Windows users. So then we have upload details. So basically it adds a bunch of nerdy details to your upload. Maybe you're interested in like the remaining time or the speed, and you don't have that like in the regular download app. So that's really cool for people who want to track it like really seriously. So the third one is quite useful for people who want to actually share stuff online, because you can have a link to your Nextcloud files, but this one is really like a path. So, for instance, if you want to embed an image in a tweet or on your blog, you can use the sharing path app, and it works really well. And then we go to dashboard charts. So you have your Nextcloud, you have all your files in your Nextcloud, but the dashboard charts that allows you to bring like the outside world to Nextcloud. Like you can just feed your Nextcloud with flows of data coming from, well, basically anywhere. Like maybe you can read like its carbon emissions on the top. You have also like, I don't know, music or even your sensors at home. So that's really like a big overview of all the data which is of interest for you. And then we will have a look at Maps, which actually won the app contest. So, well, first round of applause, please. And yeah, basically Maps is fitting the whole world into your Nextcloud. So you have maybe pictures of your travels. Maybe you have like contacts in, well, Germany, but also like in Europe and also in the rest of the world. You can show them, and everything is, you can, well, track your devices, track your travels, and everything is in your secure place and private place for you to, you know, just play with it. And it actually also looks really nice, which is a huge plus. So Marinella, maybe like you can tell us more about the developers that made the app.
Julian was the main developer that developed the app, but sadly he couldn't be here today. Sorry. Julian couldn't be here today, but all the app developers of the Maps app are invited and welcome to join our future Nextcloud events like Nextcloud conference. Like the Nextcloud conference. Okay, sorry again. They are welcome to join the next Nextcloud conference and all the other events like our Hack Weeks. Also, later this week, we will publish a blog, an article, an interview with Julian that explains how he got involved, how he started developing the idea about maps. And we are encouraging the new app developers that are still beginners to develop their own app for Nextcloud.
So yeah, we hope to do it next year also. So if you have, you know, an app idea, just come and chat with us. And well, I mean, great things can happen then. So back to Frank.
Thanks. Okay, thanks a lot. This is actually the end of the presentation. I hope it was interesting for you to give you an overview of what's going on in the Nextcloud world. But of course, this is only the beginning of our conference here. So we have, as you know, in the schedule, we have a lot of workshops and interesting talks and lightning talks and a party tonight and a lot of other activities. And of course, the opportunity to network and to talk to each other. I mean, a lot of the core developers and core people of Nextcloud are here for the weekend, and also if you want to stay longer, like a hackathon the next week. So I hope really have a good time here, and thanks a lot, and let's make the world a little bit better together. Thank you.
So we are a bit late on schedule. I will pretend to be surprised. The next talk we have is with Markus Feilner. Markus, can you, well, come on stage? So Markus is a Linux specialist for, I think it's 25 years now. But he is trying to make it to the scene. So yeah, he runs his own open source company, and he is also a journalist and senior editor at Heise. And today he's going to help us myth-busting documentation. So welcome, Markus.
Hello. So I just did the talk. Yes. Cool. Yeah, hello everybody. I guess some of you may know me or may have written, may have read stuff I wrote. And I think only few of you have seen me actually talking about this topic, which is very important to me. And this is actually something I created based on my experiences at SUSE Linux distributor. And this talk is called Myth-Busting Documentation. I thought this is very, very important because there's so many myths about documentation around. And this is what I'm going to talk about. Nothing is written in stone, as you can see here. And I try to have this in a little bit funny way, even though it is a very serious topic, and there has been, somewhat heated discussions over the last 10 years that I was to witness about the different approaches to documentation. And you can just lay back and feel fine, but in the end, this is what we're going to talk about today. I'm going to introduce myself shortly, then I'll show you some common myths about documentation, and tell you what the perfect writer looks like, because we all, as you will see, we all need documentation writers. Then I'm going to destroy the myths one by one, and have a some short words on automation and agile documentation, like an outlook into the future. So, who am I? Well, I'm a journalist, as you can see, and I was happy just 2 days ago to visit the Press Freedom Awards. So this is the most recent selfie I found. And I guess it looks like me. For 8 years, I was deputy editor-in-chief of the Linux magazine in Germany, an IT consultant and writer before that. And then for 5 years, I was the team lead of documentation at SUSE. And I now am, since May, I am again in journalism as senior managing editor at Heise in Germany here, big publishing house, and they're producing the IX, which is the magazine for the professional users. So everything that is professional and doesn't need to be fixed every other day, so everything that is supposed to run and work. There is documentation all around the world, everywhere, and there's a lot of common myths about it. And I really like this kind of documentation here. This is a very, very old painting, writing. I think it's some centuries old, and some of you may know where it comes from. But anyhow, let's start with the myths. One of the biggest myths is that I heard a lot from both developers and managers in development: no one reads the documentation. So, as I told you, I'm going to present the myths, and later I will debunk them. Good code does not need documentation. Everybody can write documentation. How often have you heard that, I guess? I don't know how many of you are in say, bigger or medium-sized companies. So if you are in corporate IT, this is probably an even bigger topic, because to my experience, smaller companies who are more in direct contact with customers, they are not that prone to these myths. Then everybody wants to write documentation, of course. And there's experts for documentation everywhere. You find them all around the world. Everybody wants to, everybody can. And it's not a tech job at all. Writing is not a tech job. How can it be? And this was the worst thing that I ever heard. It was, that is why gender equality is much easier there. I will come to that later. Then there is one thing I was really surprised to hear was that, why should we document? Obscurity is good for our business. If the people don't know what we're writing about, they will buy our products and our consulting and our support. Then there's people who are only happy if they have their own tools, if they don't have to worry about other things, and if they can just stick to what they've always done and no matter what. And there is the concept of Heisenberg documentation, or Heisendoku as we used to call it. That's where people, especially developers, say that the documentation people, they are so locked into their world. They love their tools. They invest only time into making their tools better, but at the same time, it's totally old and obsolete because those documentations, they are like the librarians of software. And everything they do is just complex and a tool chain that doesn't make sense end. So these are the myths that I will debunk in a few minutes. Let's have a look at what is the perfect documentation writer. What does he look like? And I found, working with, at the end, 16 wonderful people at SUSE, wonderful documentation writers, some of them with more than 20 or 25 years of experience, I found out that these people have a long list of qualifications that are necessary to do a good job in documentation. And you will have a long list here. These people need, a good writer needs, or the perfect writer needs technical skills. So at a level that he could be an administrator at a customer, he needs to know the software he's writing about, as well as his target audience after reading that. He needs to have development skills to understand and follow the developers and their teams. So he needs to understand what the developer actually does, what their changes are, or what this source code comment might mean. That's why he needs coding skills to understand the missing source code comment, or to understand what's missing in the source code. Then we have language skills. And he, of course, because he's supposed to write, and he should be an expert in grammar. Then he should have emotional intelligence to do the mind switch from developer to user, to understand both what the coder meant and what the user wants, because this is often not really the same. And was it to me? No. Then there's project management skills, because he needs to prioritize, he needs to find out what is important, what is not important, and accomplish the needs communicated by product management. And, of course, the ability to understand and improve documentation tools and workflows. Oh, and profound understanding of marketing, sales, support, and consultants' needs. So it's an easy job, obviously, yeah? The perfect writer. It's only the geeks, only the good ones, yeah? But that's not all. Because you also need understanding of legal, trademarks, licenses, up and downstream corporate identity, and styles in language and layout. And that is a set that I really do not think that most of developers or development teams actually can have in their vision, because it's such a big and huge amount of stuff, especially when it comes to licenses. What can we include in our documentation? What can we not include? Even with open source licenses, there is stuff that you simply cannot include, like pictures or whatever. Even if they are CC license, you may not be able to include them in your documentation license, because your documentation license has different paragraphs that diverge from that. And that's stuff that you don't want to deal with. And also automated checks in documentation. I will talk about that later a little bit. Then the different kinds of media, which have different styles and different needs. Lots of customers really still want printed books or printed documentation. Then you also need to understand the difference between stable versions or emerging products, like we had at SUSE. SUSE created a lot of container products in the last years, and these products were sort of written from scratch, and so was the documentation. That is something completely different than just taking care, just in inverted commas, taking care of stable version documentation, which is continuously updated. And you need to be able to set up working setups for testing of software that doesn't even work right because it's alpha software. And you have to be able to retrieve the information from the developers, which in my team I was reported was about something like 70% of the time was running after the developers and getting them to explain stuff and to show stuff to them. And this is the slides are on the websites. The slides will be published, so you don't need to read everything here. This is more than I am able to say in this short time that I have. But the top 20 replies of programmers were exactly that. And my favorite is also number 1, because this is the best thing you can say in times of containers. Short form for containers anywhere is it works on my machine. Tools for documentation to get the information we need from the developers. Of course, there is the foam bat and the whip that we created for ourselves, but the most successful tools were like this little hook on the left to drag the things out of the nose of the developers, because they are not always that communicative, or of course the crystal sphere, the crystal ball, to just guess the stuff. But nevertheless, the developers would react in their own way. They're just nerds. I've seen some of the most skilled people I ever have met at SUSE, yeah? But they just follow down their track and, yeah, they have things to do. And sometimes you have to drag them somewhere. You just have to get hold of them, drag them somewhere, even against their will, and to pin them down to tell you what you need. And for that, we had to install quite some ways of working with them, with development. We invented, for example, we had dedicated writers or engineering writers. The difference between the two is engineering writers were inside the engineering teams. They were immersed in the development team, in the group of the developers. So they were very close and always knew what was going on. They were in their sprints, in their meetings and everything. Whereas dedicated writers were in our team, but dedicated to one software project. They were integrated in our team, but close to the project too. Depending on the workflow of the development team, either one solution was better. Then we invented continuous documentation in sort of like to cope with the agile methods of some teams. And one thing that I was really driving forward very much to get as much input as possible was format and tool agnostic input. So just give us text. I don't care. Let it be Word document, Office document, plain text, email, Markdown, Wiki, ASCII doc, whatever. We don't care. And you should not care if you're a developer. You should not care. Just get us the content. We are the specialists for the rest. That was one thing that was very important for me. And this approach also helped a lot in the face of flame wars about formats and like ASCII doc versus DocBook XML versus Sphinx or whatever frameworks there are. If you just tell people, I don't care, that's your thing. You do it like you want, we can work with that. That all includes a lot of meetings, and as I said, we were working with sprints, squads, lots of agile methods and flexibility. The core input to documentation, and that may be debatable for you, but that's my findings, should come from product management. It should not come from development, because development usually is not in contact with the target group, not directly in contact with the user. But product management, they are the central information hub and goal setter for everybody. They are the guys who have to say no. So they have the money, they have the budget, they can tell, okay, we have to document this, otherwise we will not sell this product. Or they will say, no, we don't need to document this because we'll sell the product anyway. So it is their decision, at least in a bigger company like SUSE it was. And this is where the priorities are set. This is where we created documentation plans with them. We discussed what needs to be documented, and that would be like the plan for the next year for us, how we do documentation. And this is also where the plan is jettisoned. And I tell you, writers better do what product management wants. it's not a good thing if writers do what a single developer wants. No matter how creative and how wonderful the new thing is that he has integrated, yeah? Documentation is one of the pillars of success of open source software for the customers. And the customers are in the center. So at SUSE and other big companies, you have like, you have several entities, several people, several group of people who are directly working with the customers. That is the sales and sales engineers, consultants, even marketing and PR. Then you have support partners, every customer himself. Sometimes they started directly contacting us. And every colleague out in the field knows what the customer wants. And these should be the ones that have an impact on, so listen to your customers when you're doing documentation. It's very, very important. And back to the myths. So these were my learnings from SUSE. And back to the myths, and I'm going to debunk one by one. No one reads the documentation. Well, it's the opposite. The people who work with the customers, the ones I just mentioned, they tell us they actually read it. They need it. And interesting for me was this, especially in the Asia-Pacific region, there were a high amount of customers who really would print out documentation or asked customers for a printed book version of the documentation. So that was surprising for me too in times like today. But still, then good code does not need documentation, something I heard very often from developers or also from management of development. And it's not true, because especially for open source, documentation is one of the pillars of success for open source companies. Many software tools only become usable thanks to detailed documentations. And if you are in a company, if you work in an IT department, and if you are responsible for working, for functioning software or environment and smooth processes, this will affect your daily work and even the success of your business. Just imagine you have this one colleague who is the only one who knows something about one workflow. Then he's got a car accident, he's in a, or whatever, as we used to say, he's eaten by a bear. And then you have to train somebody on this. It is for many companies, it is like an insurance. If they know we have a book, and after 3 days, this one person, this apprentice or whatever, is at a level that he can do the basic stuff there. This book is like an insurance to them. And that is why it's important for them. They really want to have this in a shelf or as a PDF or whatever, and get somebody, ramp up somebody, onboard somebody on a task and replace somebody. This is an insurance for them. We heard that so often. And yeah, that's what I said. It's appreciated in terms of faster onboarding. Also, we documented our own documentation workflow, and that worked quite well with onboarding people, very well. Oh yeah, if you have questions, just interrupt me, but I'm sure there will be some time after my talk for questions. The Marines wouldn't be the Marines if everybody could get in there, so I'm not thinking of the documentation community or people as Marines, but if everybody can write documentation, I wonder why there is university degrees on technical documentation. So if it's that easy, why do so many people at universities waste their time on that? Then why does it take months of onboarding to integrate a writer, even good ones? Yeah, because you need to learn a lot about the company, about the environment, about the customers, and all of the stuff that I said before. And then there is stuff that is in the character, in the mindset of documentation people that I also addressed already, and I'm addressing later a little bit more, about bias and problems of assumed obviousness. That means they have to have the emotional intelligence to do the mind swap, to understand what is not self-understood for somebody who sees the software for the first time. And you have to keep to have an overview over what you're doing. Otherwise, you will end up in situations that you don't think that might be possible. So obviously here was somebody who didn't know anything about encoding. This is on a train, a photo I took on a train, I think it was in Belgium, and there's a lot of skills, and even though lots of developers want to write documentations, and even though they love and care and know what they do, they are not all of them, let's put it carefully, not all of them are the best people you would want to write documentations. There's a part of that is because they have a different view on the software they're developing, they're an insider, but I heard that from several sides, from consulting and from at conferences, the developer is probably the best informed person, he's probably the least desired one to write the documentation, just because he's too much inside. And yes, I know, I heard this from a consultant who really told me, even though we don't have documentation for that, don't let these 2-3 people write it. They won't, this will not succeed. So, yes, there's probably more people who want to write documentation than there are people who are able to write proper documentation that is helpful for customers. And that's again because of the problems that I mentioned before. For example, these people often are not involved with legal questions, like maybe use this text. Some of them would just copy online stuff from other software projects, thinking this is open source, everything, and put it into enterprise documentation, which is part of a sold project, and then you run into license problems. So this is stuff that the documentation experts know, and I said before, remember the perfect writer, there is a lot of skills that is needed, and that is why it's simply wrong to say there is documentation experts everywhere. That's wrong. There is not many. And that leads us directly to the wonderful statement one of my friends and colleagues, former colleagues, said when I told him that I was successful in raising the share of women in my team from 1 to 7, sort of like from 5 to 1 to 8 to 7, so almost 50-50 when I left the team. I was very proud of that, but the comment that I heard was, well, it's so much easier in documentation. It's obvious that it's so much easier there because documentation isn't a tech job, isn't technical. And I had to breathe in air, and I said, are you aware of how many discriminating statements this sentence contains? Yeah? So it's if you count them, I came to 4 or 5 groups that he discriminated with this one sentence. Yeah? And he thought about it, and just a few weeks ago he still said, yeah, that was stupid, that was very stupid then, but it's just something that is in the mind of people, and that's just wrong. Because also in IT, well, there's many theories why women are still underrepresented in IT, but it wasn't always like that. And for those of you who have seen the movie about the moonshot, the Apollo program, or who are a little bit aware of World War II cryptography and early IT after World War II, they know that women had a very strong role then, much stronger than the men at the time. This group of women that you see here is the women from Bletchley Park. They broke the Enigma. They broke the German cryptography then. Yeah? Then ENIAC. So just these. Look up these. Search ENIAC at Google and stuff. ENIAC was one of the first bigger computers after World War II, and it was almost only ladies working with it, entering the data into this computer. ENIAC was used to calculate trajectories, I think is the English word for not bombs, for rockets. Yeah, so which angle do we need so that it hits there and there? Yeah, and there is one statement of one of the leaders one of the leading ladies of this ENIAC project who said that finally we have reached a point where the calculation is faster than the rocket. And Hidden Figures was the movie I was referring to about the Apollo program, about lots of the ladies who did the calculations and stuff. And there's a wonderful picture of Margaret Hamilton, if you remember that. I don't know if you know that, but if you Google for her name and you will find it, she's standing there. She's a lady maybe that tall, and she's standing there, and beside her is a pile of paper, and that is the printed software, that is the printed code of the software of the Apollo program. It's as tall as she is, and she was the team lead of the program then. So up to the 60s, it was much more standard that women were in IT. In fact, computers was a term that was describing female data scientists, we would say today, or female workers at a computer. It was associated with a female person. A computer was a lady then. So, and no, I don't agree with this friend of mine. So if you would like to do some research, it's really interesting. Somewhere in the way, in the last decades, we have lost that a little bit, but hopefully we are getting there again now. So one of the last myths to debunk is obscurity. I heard that when I was talking to another open source company, a big one, and somebody asked me, how do you at SUSE decide what not to document? And I'm like, what? And then this person explained, yeah, there is stuff that you want your support to make money with, right? And I'm like, what? And he said, yeah, there's really stuff that we do not document because we want our support to have a lot of tickets from the customers to make money with it. And I'm like, okay, this is not open source at all. And that's, obscurity doesn't help you there at all, because there's 3 pillars for success of an open source company. That is consulting, support, and documentation. Within consulting and support, you also have the packaging topic of giving updated security patched packages to people, updated with new features, and. But you have services and support means you give them help when they need it. You guarantee help, yeah, and documentation. And of course, I don't need to say that this hiding information mentality is against our all open source business. And one thing that's also not that new is that we have a different situation of first contact with customers. Our customers, when they come in contact with open source products, they inform themselves ahead of buying. When in former times, marketing was the first contact with a customer, and they would come in and hand in their brochures and their PDFs and whatever. Today, they meet customers that are already well informed. And if these customers don't find the relevant information in type of documentation or similar, they'll just turn away and go to your competitor because the code can be used by somebody else. And if they have the documentation, they will think, the potential customer will think, well, this other company probably has no clue about that. And they will take the software from those that have a clue, if there are. So the Heisendoku, already said that it's about tool-centric, or the myth that documentation people are always very tool-centered. And that is, in my opinion, that is wrong, because documentation needs a lot of tools, but it's so much more than only the tools. We did a lot of automated stuff in the background. We did style, language checks. We tested on logical consistency, legal and license topics, and a lot of other stuff in the background. And we, at least at SUSE, there were like 20 years of experience in choosing the tools that were most suitable for that. And that is, for example, something that directly leads you to why are you using XML? Because we have a lot of machinery in the background that is working with that. And that XML, of course, XML was made for not made readable for humans, but for machines. And it has many advantages of checking and stuff to other languages, just for an example. So, and customers, of course, make a big difference. No, companies think of making a difference between marketing and documentation stuff, but for customers, everything that is tech or is tech related will be considered documentation. The customer doesn't care where it comes from. If it is a white paper that was written by marketing, or if it is a chapter in documentation, the customer will take it as documentation. And that is also one thing that documentation knows, because we talk to the marketing people, we are in contact with them. And that is also something that developers rarely are or will be. 2 minutes, that's good. So I'm already almost done. I will shortly talk about the future and about automation and agile stuff that we were very much concerned with. I don't know what you think about automating documentation. Language. I see development, but I am not that convinced yet. Because I think the source code of documentation is language, and language is not standardized and or formalized. There have been approaches, look it up, in airplane technology for airplane documentation. STE is a simplified technical English language, and there have been lots of attempts, But so far, I haven't seen reliable and working automated documentation. That is because documentation is not standardized. Other than code, other than the code that you are working with. That is standardized, and that code usually always is clear and precise. Language is not. Like you see here, put file A in directory B and rename it. It depends on the context, and you need to have prior knowledge to all of that to know whether you shall rename the directory or the file. And there's lots of examples like that. My former colleague Tanya did a whole talk about issues like that, addressing them to developers. Because here we have assumed obviousness. Is if you've done this 20 times, you just know that it's the directory you need to rename. Huh? But if you've never done it before, you don't know. And that is assumed obviousness. And that is why developers are the least wanted to write the documentation. I've said the other things before. Another thing is terminology. I just pick one example. You need to pick terminology thoroughly. We have that also at SUSE. We have a whole list. We have libraries of that, and that is what documentation people work with, and that is what marketing works with. They have an impact on it. That is what developers never know, and they don't need to know. And for example, you have the peacock, mantis, shrimp. That is not a peacock, not a mantis, and not a shrimp. But it's called like that for whatever reasons. Agile. These are the best advice, because I'm almost running out of time. These are the best advice I could find on agile documentation. It is really an interesting topic, and there is a lot of discussion on it. These are the things that we found out to be working. Yeah? We have to think and plan and work iteratively, like agile, like the Agile Manifesto says. We are, with also part of this talk, is going more into the user realm, into asking the user, finding out what they want, and analyze it, treat it as a product, do what's best for the customer, create and support a writing process that enables contributions from outside, automation also here, and there is also the CMS that comes in. There's a very good link about technical writing and agility, and this is the last slide. This is what hopefully is the outcome if you have more agile documentation. Honestly, I've never seen that working, but I've seen a lot of agile development working, but I've also seen a lot of agile development not working. So I would love, if you are in a company that has this working, then let me know. The graphics is very simple. So you see, classic documentation is the red line. You have a lot of work at the beginning, and a lot of work generally over all of the time. And with the agile documentation, you have to do the documentation much later, but it will be much less work. That is the promise. I have never seen that in process. So if you see that, then let me know. So this is the end. Am I on time? Good.
Yeah, but is everything okay? I don't know, like if the people can stay.
No, me neither.
Yes, Katarina's.
Let's do it.
Now.
Okay, let's do it. Okay, I guess so. We wanted to do a panel now, but I'm hungry and other people look very hungry. Actually, all of you look very hungry. We thought maybe we should first eat and then do the panel. So the panel will then be at 1:30. We're going to eat now from 12 to 1:30. The food is already there. Please go out through the top door, unless you don't have your badge and lanyard yet, because then you don't get any food, and you should first get those. Yeah.
Good.
All right, have fun, eat.
fertig?
Ich dachte mir, weise voraus. Haben wir noch 10 Minuten heute?
Ja, ich nehme schon. Und gerade dort Silvia, die ja geschrieben hat.
Ja. 13:30. Ja, genau, ja.
Aber wir dachten, wir drapieren uns schon mal.
Ja, genau so. Dann wirkt das so, als würde es bald losgehen.
Noch reden, über was wir reden?
Du kannst das.
oder?
Hi, ich bin Katharina.
Alexander, Simon, Katharina. Merken.
Auf den Tisch legen.
Ja. Nee, aber das Gebiet doch mir auch schon auf.
Ich habe mir mein Bett schon nicht mehr abgelegt.
Genau. Erzähl noch ein bisschen mit Katharina. Noch auch von OKFM.
Open Knowledge Foundation in Deutschland, genau. Wusstest du, dass es so hin gibt? Weil ich habe es ganz überlegt, ich habe so die erste verpasst und dachte, oh Gott, ich muss das gewünscht werden.
Das hier dann 30. Super geil. Hätte der mal rein, wenn er mich nicht vielleicht ein bisschen anders.
Oder anderweitig verabredet ist. Zum Glück, wenn man schon mal in Charlotten
Haben wir Link gerade davor oder davor rechts? Weil der Tisch ist schöner für 3 Leute. Wenn die stehen, die intensiver und kann
Wir haben noch 4 noch, oder?
Ja,
Los kommt auch noch, oder?
vielleicht. Also
In der Mail von Nina habe ich 5.
Wer soll noch kommen?
Jost, Community Manager von Nextcloud.
Ah, okay.
mit dem Hut und dem Top, wirklich?
Sie hat doch gefragt nach, können wir später kommen? Oder können wir zu einem anderen Zeitpunkt oder irgendwas?
Vielleicht muss Just nur wissen, wegen offizieller Funktion.
Ja, die hat auch immer was zu reden.
Als anderen Termingründen.
Ja.
fange ich an mit der Vorstellung. Bei der Dame an, sondern ich fange immer an, weil ich Video gesehen habe. Und dann erzähle ich das Master. Und dann würde ich dann weitermachen, dass wir uns selber vorstellen. Ja. Und ich habe mir ein paar Sachen notiert, die mich interessieren. Wo zum Beispiel er auch wahrscheinlich von den Geldbildern überhaupt reden, was wir als Wirtschaftsleute in den USA was wir gewinnen können, warum wir jemanden zu finden, der uns nicht dagegen anbietet. Dann würde mich interessieren, welche Software, wo geht es denn, wo ist es möglich, wo ist es nicht möglich, Sicherheitsbereich. Oder eben nicht, weil das sollte dann immer Menschen davon wieder sagen, Level von kommunal, föderal, national. Dann Beispiele, weil ich wieder weg habe, wir haben ja Frankreich, glaube ich, Universität.
Deutschland macht ja auch die Bundescloud. Jetzt passieren auch mehr Clouds.
Machen Sie sie wirklich?
Also,
Again, sorry for the change. That was really bad call.
yeah,
Sorry.
that's good.
Yeah, that's with your afternoon stuff. I guess I was hungry myself. I had time for breakfast and I was. Okay. Now I can. I have food.
Okay, well done.
At 2:30? Yeah.
So the plan is 13:30 to 14:15. 45 minutes. We do this demo. Then 14:15 to 14:45 Julian work. Then we do a 15-minute break in which we can do a group picture and get all grips. I will do all of it. I
irgendwas wissen, wenn...
Also ich habe damit auch, ich habe viel angepasst.
Im Zweifel einfach Enter.
Vielleicht nochmal zurückspulen. Im Zweifel auch nochmal Anfang setzen. Ja, also
Er hat gesagt, ich soll zurückspulen. Was ist...
Warum ist hier überhaupt ein sicherter Computer? Das ist
Kommt so, don't touch it.
It breaks.
So, does the video
Shall we
play
test
up
it
there?
now?
Well, then worst case we can. Yeah, I've done that in the past. It kind of works. It's a bit nasty, but it's effective. Can I just? Ah,
He said
alright,
try.
try. Well then. Okay, let me. Give me a second. Alright, so let's do it. The yeah, there's. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take an output device. Okay, there's one output device.
Originally developed in Great Britain as a free software package.
Yeah, but the mic, the where is this? Ah, here.
Because new features and improvements are shared by everyone.
Or that's even better. Wow. That is fancy.
You have changed it to HDMI?
No.
Yeah.
No. I changed it to.
Switch audio to the...
That is done.
No, on the computer.
There should not be because I just did that. So it should now be playing through the headphones plugged in. Sven, my friend, we have plugged sound in here. Did you get anything on any channel?
Audio too?
Right up the microphone. All right, I will do that. Yeah, I understand. Let me. Oh, I think we went to the next video. How do I do that?
No, don't play arbitrary YouTube videos here. It's not a good idea.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, soon we'll be watching the most nasty shit. And the thing is, that is in the news, but it's. I don't know if you guys have seen this too. I watch quite a bit of YouTube videos and I often have to play autoplay and it really does this. That it goes to really almost random, more extreme stuff. Like this algorithm, they're really fucked up there.
Shall I stand there? I wasn't thinking to. Yeah, damn it. I want to stay in front here and give the microphone around.
I think it's better to... Yeah, I think it's better to stand there.
Okay.
You want the control,
The battery is almost empty. Yes, I just saw.
Yeah. We still have spare. Okay, they have spare. All right, so I'm going to test the audio one more time. Hello? Yeah.
For a moment, our government would treat our public infrastructure like our streets and public buildings, the same way it treats our digital infrastructure. our members of parliament would work in a rented space where they weren't allowed to vote in favour of stricter environmental laws because the owner, a multinational corporation, didn't allow that kind of voting in its buildings. Nor will it allow a long overdue upgrade to more than 500 seats. This means some members of parliament have to stay outside in the street.
Yeah, no, start from scratch. Yeah? Yeah, I will do that. But I first will have a little practical thing, and then... We'll make it work. Shall I then do? Is it time yet? Well, it is actually 1331. It's a wonderful time to get started again. So the plan was at 1:30. We're good, Sven? We're going, running, etc.? Then I'll just keep yapping. So at 1:30, we will now start the panel, Public Money, Public Code. After this, at 2:15, we will have a talk by Gillian York, titled Our Not So Secret Future. After that, we'll have a 15-minute break in which we want to do a group picture, most likely outside, but that's being figured out now. And you can all grab another drink if you want. After that, at 3 o'clock, we will start the lightning talks, which will last until 4 o'clock. Then there's another break, more drinks, /lounge. And at 4:30, we start the first Nextcloud workshop, which is getting started contributing to Nextcloud. At 5:30, we do the second and last workshop, developing apps for Nextcloud. And after that, it's time to get our bodies to the beer garden. So that's it. Public money, public code, that's where we start. Actually, I keep this or not.
No, I think we all need the microphone. Thank you, Jos. Yeah, welcome again. I think that was a nice lunch, and I hope you enjoyed it. And to wake you up from the post-soup coma, we have a wonderful panel here for you, where I'm very happy to welcome 4 members, which I will introduce to you after a short video. My name is Markus Fallner. I'm a journalist from Heise IX magazine here in Hannover, Germany. And the topic of this panel is public money, public code, which has been a little buzzword in the open source community until it became an official request. And now I'm very, very happy that that this is getting more and more momentum. And I am hoping that this will get a much bigger topic in not only German, also European politics. I would like to start, we have 45 minutes, so I would like to have this panel like about 30 minutes. So the first 5 minutes will be, or 3.5 minutes, something like that, will be a video, which the FSFE was so great to produce. I guess it's a year or 2 years old, but it's a perfect video to explain what this public money, public code is all about. After that, we will have a short introductory round about the 4 wonderful people that are sitting right here in front of you. And after about 30 minutes, I think we will have a session of Q&A with hopefully good and thoughtful questions from the audience. And so that is my plan, and feel free to interrupt us anytime except for the video, because we have a wonderful technical setup that will prevent audio, provide audio for you. And so I hand over the microphone to our first-class engineering audio technician, Jos Portfleet. Applause for him, please.
Wish us all luck.
Imagine for a moment our government would treat our public infrastructure like our streets and public buildings, the same way it treats our digital infrastructure. our members of parliament would work in a rented space where they weren't allowed to vote in favour of stricter environmental laws because the owner, a multinational corporation, didn't allow that kind of voting in its buildings. Nor will it allow a long overdue upgrade to more than 500 seats. This means some members of parliament have to stay outside in the street. And a couple of blocks away, a brand new gym is already being torn down just 6 months after it was built. It's being replaced with an exact replica at great expense. And the only difference, the new manufacturer also provides street ball as an added feature. Meanwhile, every night through a hidden back door in the City Hall, documents that contain sensitive information on citizens, from bank data to healthcare records, are being stolen. But no one is allowed to do anything about it, because searching for back doors and locking them would infringe the signed user agreement. And as absurd as this sounds, when it comes to our digital infrastructure, things like the software and programs that our governments are using every day, this comparison is pretty accurate. Because mostly, our administrations procure proprietary software. This means a lot of money goes into licenses that last for a limited amount of time and restrict our rights. We aren't allowed to use our infrastructure in a reasonable way. And because the source code of proprietary software is usually a business secret, finding security holes or deliberately installed backdoors is extremely difficult and even illegal. But our public administrations can do better. If all publicly financed software were to be free and open source, we could use and share our infrastructure for anything and for as long as we wanted. We could upgrade it, repair it, and remodel it in any way to fit our needs. And because the open source in free software means that the blueprint is openly readable for everyone, this makes it much easier to find and close security holes. And if something practical and reliable was created digitally, not only can you reuse the blueprint all over your country, the actual thing itself can be deployed anywhere, even internationally. A great example of this is Fix My Street. Originally developed in Great Britain as a free software app to report, view and discuss local problems like potholes, it's now being used all over the world. Everyone benefits because new features and improvements are shared by everyone. If all our software were developed like this, we could stop struggling with restrictive licenses and could start thinking about where and how software could help us. We could concentrate on creating a better society for everyone. So, if you think that tomorrow's infrastructure should be in our own hands, help us now by sharing this video and visiting our website, publiccode.eu. It's time to make our demand. Public money, public code.
Very good. Yeah. You have a short applause for the FSFE for that video. I know it's probably running through open doors here for this audience. Yeah? But what this video really makes a great thing, in my opinion, is that it addresses and is understandable for, let's say, ordinary people. Or as a good friend of mine used to say, for children and manager. And so I am happy to welcome on this board. Let me see, how do you sit? What's the lineup? Okay, so here our chief audio technician and wonderful community manager. Marketing manager. Okay, for Nextcloud, Josh Portfleet, you all know him, I guess. Next is Tim Schrock from the Deutsche Bund Jugendring, which is like the National Youth Council of the Federal Republic of Germany, correct? Next is Katharina Meyer, who is from the Open Knowledge Foundation Network, correct? Yeah. And thanks for the great video, Alexander Sander from the Free Software Foundation Europe. And I'd like to start with a short introductory round where my friends can explain what they're doing. And I start with a question to Alexander. How much money are we talking about on a European or German scale when we talk about public money, public code? Does the FSFE know how much in public instances or administrations are investing across the pond?
Actually, neither the FSFE nor the governments know it exactly, and so that's why the European Commission just published a tender where they are asking for scientists to make a study on this and to figure out how much money and how the ecosystem of open source and free software looks like in Europe. But we have some figures, and so for example in Germany we let's say waste like 75 million every year just for Microsoft licenses. So we have a lot of money which we could invest in free software, and that's why 2 years ago the Free Software Foundation Europe started this campaign, Public Money, Public Code, and we already achieved to get like nearly 200 organizations to sign this campaign. Also some administrations like Barcelona, for example, signed this campaign. And so there is a lot of progress in Europe, in the member states, but also on the European level. And I think we can see that governments more and more understand that free software is a good solution and that they are wasting a lot of money for licenses. And but we have to keep on with our fight and convince from the local government to the national until the European government to switch to free software in general.
And what are you doing at the FSFE especially?
So I'm the policy manager at FSFE, so I'm taking care that in the end the legal text is good for the free software environment.
Good. I hand the microphone over to Katharina. And from the Open Knowledge Foundation, what is your profession? What are you doing there?
Within the Open Knowledge Foundation, I work at a project that is called Prototype Fund, and in a way we're already implementing what you are calling for with the help of the German Research and Education Ministry. We have a funding and research program that provides money for open source projects that somehow follow the public interest, and I very much see that under the framework of critical digital infrastructure that should be open to everyone. And within 4 years we provided 4.8 million to 118 projects, amongst them also one from the Nextcloud community so far.
I was at a KDE NOMI conference once, and there was a professor on stage who said the biggest problem in education today, in IT education, is we teach use, not code. Is that related to the work of the Open Knowledge Foundation? Also, because you mentioned education.
In a way, yes. We also have a project that is called Jugendhakt that is addressed at teenagers. We created the Prototype Fund more because we acknowledge that there's a lot of open source developers that work on critical digital infrastructure in their spare time. And in a way it was self-exploitation, so we wanted to fix the upstream problem a little bit, and not that like freelance work and working in your spare time on projects that you want to work on is bad, but it can't be the base on that we interact also with the government that uses these projects. So.
And also Tim Schrock here is involved in youth, in working with young people, youth people, because of the National Youth Council. And my question to Tim is, just tell the people what you're doing in your daily work, and then maybe you can tell us what kinds of software we are talking about, the sizes or the how many not the sizes, I'm sorry, the addresses, who are aiming at as users.
I don't work directly with young people, but with organizations that have youth projects. And our aim is to provide digital tools for people who can't participate, who are too young to vote, for example. And the funny thing is, we receive public funding for that, like mainly from the youth ministry. And it always collides with the interest of open sourcing things, because the youth ministry thinks that open sourcing means giving it away to someone who they don't know.
Mm-hmm. So, and last one on this panel, Joss Portfleet, I think you must be the bad guy then, because we have all those people that are for open source and for public code, and so I've always been looking for somebody who is against it, but actually there doesn't seem to be somebody, right?
Well, at least as head of marketing, I'm supposed to be evil. So let me give it a try from that perspective. I find it fascinating to hear that every year 75 million is spent on Microsoft licenses. I think if you talk to the people from OnlyOffice or Collabora here, they can probably tell you that they can write that code twice a year for that money. And then there's 4.8 million, I think it was, that is spent then on a whole bunch of projects, which means it gets, I mean, it's great, don't get me wrong, but of course it gets spread out in many ways and many places. And it's a little frustrating because we're literally just throwing money in this big black hole. Now I know that the youth organization that you guys are using Nextcloud, and that's really cool. And you know, I think, again, the marketing guy, I mean, I've been around open source for a long time. I've been promoting open source, and that's essentially how I see my job now here at Nextcloud. And of course, at Nextcloud, as you probably notice here, we are a company and a community. And the way we see it is we try to use the company to build and enable the community. And by servicing our customers, of course, we can help also private users. So we do a lot of projects where we try to get, well, everyone on Nextcloud, even if it might not benefit the company. And it would be nice if governments would have a, well, let's call it a similar view on this. And I think the video made that point really. I've never seen it, honestly. I really should have, and I found it fascinating to see the arguments made. It's of course all very obvious to me, as was pointed out by Marcus. And it's just sad that this is not more widely acknowledged. And I guess an explanation for children and managers and let me out politicians was very much welcome. I hope this works and that we can do something together. You know, because it doesn't even have to be, again, I think Prototype Fund is a really good approach. But of course, as government, I understand that you're often in a certain system, you're used to working in a certain way, you don't want to open source things, you don't know where the code is going. And I really hope also that open source businesses like Collabora and OnlyOffice and of course Nextcloud can play a role in this, because we can provide this familiar thing of we'll send you an invoice, and at the same time, of course, that money goes into open source. And yeah, I hope that that is one of the ways in which we can help solve this problem a little bit by working together, I think, in this area.
Tim, what is preventing, if it all is so open, so visible, and so if it is such a commonplace, because as we are sitting here, for us it's obvious, yeah. But what is hindering the obviously, or as we perceive it, better solution to get into, to become reality? I mean, you told me stories about local levels and software and all the obstacles that I say mostly customers, even though they are administrations, have to surmount. So what is it that is hindering this obvious thing to become reality?
I think it's different on the national level and on the municipality level. On the national level, it's, well, in 2014 we tried to open source one of our consultation tools. And the ministry really did not understand what open source means. They asked lawyers, came back to us and really said like, okay, but the procurement laws actually say you have to give, or the grant regulations say you have to give back the using rights to us, and how can it be that someone else uses it? And then we agree on it if you tell us beforehand who will use it in the future. But just imagine, I mean, luckily there's Firefox, and even people in the ministry knew Firefox. And I explained with this example, so how do you think, or do you really think that people the programmers for Firefox knew beforehand who will use it in the end? That actually convinced them in a way. But it's just a misunderstanding in many things, I guess. It's not that they're totally against it, because when they realize, it's actually cool that not every group, every municipality has to reinvent the wheel, then it's actually cool for them. they are a bit afraid that companies could just make money out of public funding. So they use the source code and then just do something else with it. Even when you try to explain there's different licenses and there's different approaches to that, there's possibilities. That's also they're afraid of. And on the municipality level, we often have the problem that, okay, my counterpart is usually the youth administration, the Jugendamt, and for them, if they even try to have a digital consultation or any digital project online platform, it's anyway really difficult for them to get started with it. Like having someone who does the coding and everything, and then forcing them to open source it and putting it on GitHub or something, that is just too much for them. They just don't understand it. I don't want to say it's wrong that they should. I mean, I support the public money, of course, but for them it's just too much. They need a lot of help and support for that.
So it's like it sounds to me like a knowledge hurdle or a knowledge problem. And you smiled when he was speaking. I guess that Katharina has made the same experience or has heard things that, or was it completely different maybe?
In a way, we had it way easier because the research ministry, they already work with an open access strategy. So if you receive funding for a paper or if your whole chair is funded, then you also have to publish everything you write in that project and then open access mark. And then in a way it was only the digital translation, so it was way easier to convince them that today it's not, you don't earn the money or the revenue via the software, but with the service and everything around it, and they have an understanding of this. So they were very much open-minded, and of course Prototype Fund is a good project, but if you compare it to research and development budgets everywhere, and in the innovation framework, it's really too little. So we would be happy if other ministries would join in to the strategy, because we have to cover everything, from health, apps to like civic tech, and it's only one fund at the moment. So I guess we are at the beginning of a campaign to sort of like enlightenment. That would be too far-fetched, I guess, but still in the phases of explaining things to people, I guess. Is that also what the FSFE sees? Do you still have to explain why open source and transparency is better than other solutions?
Yes, of course. So that's why we started this campaign, because we just figured out that there's a big lack of knowledge. And for example, when it comes to communities, so governments see these hooded haggard as a community and don't understand that they are the community, that a bunch of cities could be a community, a bunch of governments could be a community. So they don't just have this picture in mind. So they just see, like, they go to this conference and say, this Nextcloud community, everybody of these guys is coding with Nextcloud, everything is free and nobody can earn money with this. So this is the picture they have, and this is where we have to work on. So, and sometimes, so for example, when Red Hat was sold, so this was a game changer, because then people understand that you can earn billions of dollars with an open source company. And it was very good for us in terms of lobbying to tell people, hey, you see, I mean, it's a big business and we are just sleeping here in Europe, and the business is done by anybody else in the US. So step in and support your local IT community, your local IT industry by switching to open source and free software projects. And cities who does this, like Barcelona, for example, very successful with this. So they introduce something like a law and say 70% of our IT budget for coding have to go into open source projects, and the result is that 60% of the coders are from the region, and it's mostly SMEs. And so you can support your local IT industry by switching to free and open source projects. So, and this is how we try to convince then other local governments.
Just how important is political backup or backing for that? I've been involved a lot with the city of Munich, through all their failures, through their success, and through their through them being sort of like ended, more or less for political reasons. And as I see from a variety of projects that also the FSFE has reported upon, a large-scale open source project in public administrations has a higher probability of success when they have like a patron or angel, or how do you say this in English, that helps with that. And so do you think this is right, that is very important? And second question, where are they?
Yeah, that's a good question, that last part. Let me address that first. So what we see is, and I mean, I guess you could call it a strategy. I mean, the way Nextcloud comes into organizations, and that's true for both companies and government, is usually because the people in there, the individuals, some of them, use Nextcloud privately. So that, of course, helps our sales team incredibly, because they come into an organization and at the table they have 1 or 2 or 3 people who are huge fans and are telling their boss, this is a great solution, this can help you. And they have already maybe even demonstrated it. And of course, in a political organization, I'm not intimately familiar with all the conversations that we have there, but of course this also plays a role. Yeah? There are some politicians, thankfully, who are, well, let's say, geeky enough to actually run or be close to a running Nextcloud. And this makes a massive difference. And to some degree, I always think, on one hand, it would be great if the product is the convincing factor, just being a better product. But of course, we all know and can mention some names where better products don't win. And this is, of course, even worse, I think, in government than anywhere else. I mean, our main competitor is this very big American company for which Germany pays 75 million a year, apparently. And this company just pulls open a can of salespeople, you know, and we can do a few phone calls, but it's really hard at that level to compete with that. And you need organizations who, we can't afford to tell them the problem, explain them the problem, and then offer them a solution to the problem. If a government organization doesn't realize that what they're doing is bad, first of all, indeed, for European business, and for the European government and the European citizen, because that's what it boils down to, right? Putting all this money, as well as this data, as we talked about earlier today, to the US is bad for the citizens, it's bad for government because we lose a lot of money, and it is bad for, of course, European business, on many different levels. And as long as they don't realize this, we cannot sell this to them. We don't have the time, the resources to do this. We need you guys to do this, to help sell the problem, explain the problem, and find it.
But I think in a way we live in a special point in history at this moment where you can deploy the hack of framing it under the European digital sovereignty way, which is special just as a brand, because there's this trade wars everywhere and we have problems with the GDPR, and I think because it's this time in history we have the chance now or never.
I mean, our biggest gift ever is, of course, the whole mess around Facebook and others, right? I mean, the amount of awareness around these problems is bigger than it has ever been, and that's a huge boon to us as a company and as a community, right? Because directly and indirectly it, pays for our drinks here. And it helps, I think, to all of Europe, because digital sovereignty is a big thing. And, maybe it's not always the most efficient way that we go about it, but it is definitely helpful if you can put, the problem in a bigger picture. And this is indeed, the digital sovereignty is the bigger picture, I think.
Actually, the two of you just said it a bit. Nextcloud is really helping to support strategies like public money, public code, because of the data privacy issues, people in the ministry and also municipalities really start to understand why we are doing that and why we want to be emancipated from the US. The funny thing is the word standard, for example, open standards is something that they don't understand it. It's like, why? Excel is standard, so why is it strange that volunteers maybe don't have Microsoft Office? And the funny thing is, a good thing on Nextcloud is, for example, we did it in a hidden way, offering Nextcloud together with Collabora. So people are start to use Open Document as a standard, even though they don't realize it. And suddenly they realize, oh, there's different kinds of standards or different approaches. And that actually helps awareness raising.
Yeah, I mean, I also made good experiences with framing it under the whole innovation framework that, like, a nation could be more innovative if you open up all the interesting technological concepts and don't, like, hide them away in the ivory tower. And that's also something that the government seems to be interested in, so maybe go down that path.
Alexander, do we happen to not hit the right wordings when we talk about stuff like that? Because I just read between the lines that the word standard, for example, which for all of us probably here is pretty clear what we mean. Huh? But I saw that also in companies where I worked, that when people start speaking about Microsoft as an industry standard, and I'm like, no, not really. But do we need different wording in approaching people?
Well, maybe sometimes, but in general, I think we are on the right way, and we have a good wording in place. I mean, for example, everybody of you say this video is very perfect, and it's the same experience if I'm going to politicians or people who never ever heard of free software before, and they understand it afterwards. So I think it's fine. Also, we have something like the Talent Declaration, which is signed by every member state in the European Union, where they agree on to use more open source software in the future. So we already have text in place, we have strategy papers, we have whatever. So we have the ISA Square program in the European Union, which is talking about interoperability and open standards. So people are somehow aware of it, but sometimes it's a political decision, like in Munich, and also there's a lobbyist on the other side, so Microsoft have loads of resources to do lobby campaigns, and we have a lack of resources. So in the FSFE we are like 10 people, and it's kind of hard to lobby like all European countries and the European Union from a local to national to European level, and Microsoft can easily does this. So, and I think it's more a lack of resources than a lack of communication.
I just had an idea when I hear lack of resources, because I was also involved in change management, and I did migrations when I was way before I was a journalist. As I said, I was involved also a little bit with the city of Munich. So I will ask all of you one last question before we go into the open questioning phase, but that one will be, think of it as a snowball system. One key learning in the city of Munich when after having little success, but then a lot of success within a few years, was they did a different approach. They found a different approach of getting the new stuff to the people, which is, imagine Beamte, German officers in administration. They don't want no change. Yeah, they're happy with the old-fashioned DOS and curses interface from the 70s, as long as it doesn't change. Yeah? But when they found out how to approach them, they went in every team, spotted the one that is the technical guy, the one that is the guy or the lady that everybody goes to and asks how this is solved. So they gave them the new stuff, and so everybody would eventually see, hey, this is the new stuff. What is that? Yeah, things work there. It's not yet done, but I am privileged, I can see that and stuff. So that was like a snowball system that worked. I've seen this also in third world projects in Africa. You go into a village, you find the one guy that is known to spread this stuff. Huh? So we've got lots of people here. What is the one thing that you four think of what you would need, or what we can do, or to spread the word or whatever, about to make this more known? Because the other side that is not here, that is never here in these discussions, has lots of lobbies, lots of money running around. So what would it be? Should we talk to politicians? Think of it. Maybe you find something. So whoever starts has the better start, because the others will already have said.
I think we need to spin around the narrative around how history of technology or development of technology really works. That is like very rarely one single engineer that has all the brilliant ideas and involve like more the view of community technology, what that could be and what potential lies in it. And we need to get more members of parliament reading the book by Mariana Mazzucato, The Public Value, because she describes that everything that is patented and that we're paying for was already funded by the public hand anyway. And how much longer do we want to do this?
Well, okay. So as part of the campaign, we produced this brochure, and this is for decision makers from a local, national, European level. You can order a hard copy of it, go to your local government, hand it over and tell them switch to free software. You can download the PDF and send an email, and you can send the video around and go to your local politicians and convince them to switch to free software. Or if you know a member of the European Parliament or of any other parliament, go there. They have offices. You can just go there in and try to talk to him, give them the brochure, show them the video, and sign our campaign.
I think we often need very concrete wordings, like for the English word, I don't know, Zuwendungsbescheid, that's, yeah. Or for the, okay, it's grant regulations, for example, because we know that people in the ministries and so on, they're actually not always against things, but they don't know the wording. They don't know what actually they have to write in order to make it possible. So that is the thing we want to prepare together with lawyers, maybe with you. And on the other side, what we could need, and I'm looking at Joost and all here, continue with the great Nextcloud development, because it actually convinces people that open source software is so much cooler.
I know what he's going to say.
Yeah, I think building a good product helps a lot. I agree. But I also do really like what you said about the right words. I think that connecting to the way the politicians currently think, and I mean, let's be honest, they have largely been potty trained, of course, by big proprietary software vendors, who have taught them that, copying is theft, and, well, just make a list of all the things that is not good and that is good. Standards, indeed, right? Microsoft being a standard is, well, in many ways, of course, a joke. And trying to find the right terms. I think this focus on sovereignty is really great, and the focus on open innovation, I think, is also really brilliant, because there is, sadly, a lot of nationalism growing in Europe, but maybe there is a slight positive edge to it, at least in this area, and I'm definitely enough of an evil marketing guy to happily capitalize on that, even though I otherwise don't really like this trend, as I'm more of a European than Dutch. I mean, hell, I'm Dutch who lives in Germany. But yeah, the words I think is really important. And another thing you really notice a lot, the misconception is that open source either means it's free, as in money. So suddenly, when you have an open source solution, the budget disappears, which is really fascinating and of course highly annoying. Or controversially, there's no problem spending massive amounts of money on SAP and on Oracle and solutions like that. And then like a fraction of that would be needed for an open source solution to implement it properly, to get support for it, to maintain it and improve it. And then, no, there's no money, it's open source, it should be free. Which is, of course, well, first of all, incredibly counterproductive and pretty stupid, because you're just wasting money, and then you have something that actually you can build on, right? I mean, every line of code you pay for and add to an open source project continues to be yours, continues to be available for everybody else. I mean, what the heck are you doing, if you put your money in a proprietary piece of software and, a year after you paid, they can just take it away from you, right? In an open source, you pay once and that's it. Isn't that like 100 times better investment? It's just frustrating. So yeah, we need to get this across. Call it an investment, calling it, I don't know. Maybe people here have suggestions for good words.
Oh, that is a wonderful bridge. Thank you. So I take it that we have make politicians read, for example, the book The Public Value. The FSFE has done a great job with this campaign, with spreading the word and the video. Also, Tim said, use concrete wording. Administrations don't always understand what is meant, right? And also, Jost said, we need the right words and we need to connect to politics. So, and with this, I open this for your questions to the panel. This is a chance. So raise your hand if you have a question that you would like to have discussed. Oh, maybe you need to have, yeah, there's one. Shall I? Or you just say it and I repeat it. I think that's easier. Mm-hmm. So the question is regarding the massive amount of lobbyism and lobbying money that is spent in Brussels, what the approach, what the thoughts and the strategy of the panel, the people on the panel is regarding open source in Brussels and in the European Union. Did I put that correctly roundabout? Who wants to start? Maybe Alexander. You know, FSFE is, yeah. There's an E in FSFE.
Yeah, that's true, and yeah, that's why we heavily work on the European level and try to convince the European institutions to switch to free software and also to make laws that require free software and open source. And as I mentioned, for example, we have the Tallinn Declaration, which states that all EU institutions, as well as the member states, they signed it, want to use more open source, whatever this means. And what we are now trying to lobby for is concrete numbers, like we want to have like 80% of the IT budget should go in open source project. That's what we are trying to do. So it won't be too easy, but we can see it on a local level, for example, that there, or also on a national level, that there are already laws in place, like in France, Bulgaria, for example. They are doing something like this, so it's possible. And it also during the copyright directive, which might seem strange, we had a big win for the open source environment. So we have an exclusion in the copyright reform for open source software, like code sharing platforms. And so during this lobby campaign, we managed to talk to loads of politicians in regard of this Article 13 or 17. And to get this exclusion for open source, so which means now lots of people in the European environment understand what open source means and what it does. And also we have the ISA Square project, for example, which is regarding open standards. We have the FOSSA project from the European Parliament and the European Commission. They are looking for bugs in heavily used software by governments and states. So there's a lot of progress there, but also, as I said, in the case of Munich, I mean, we have heavy lobby resources from the other side, so Microsoft, Oracle, whomever, they have billions of dollars and they spend a lot of money for lobbying, and these are more or less our enemies, and we are like 10 people, so yeah, it's always good to support us or other organizations in Europe working on lobbying and trying to convince politicians to switch to free software. So help us help other organizations who are working on this. There are also national organizations in every member state, more or less, which you can support. So this helps a lot.
Does the portal joinup.eu still exist? Yes? I used to write for them, and that was a brilliant idea. I thought it was not only open source, it was collaboration, cooperation in any way, and it was meant as a portal where specialists, and that was where I came in as a writer, a journalist, would write about solutions that had been used, for example, in Gibraltar, and the target of the portal was describing stuff that could be used in Finland, for example. So, okay.
Just add one more thing. So one of the results of this is part of this ISA Square project. It's exactly, it's still running. And so what they are doing now, for example, as well, is to do open source software awards. So they, like every 2 years, they try to figure out the best European open source project and give them a prize. So this is also something which is very good in order to create awareness, and also in terms of networking and telling governments that you are the community and that you should work together and that you should share your ideas and your best practices. So if a city A does a really good job with the street app we just seen in the video, share it with others. They might use it as well. So normally governments having more or less the same things they need when it comes to software. So it's not like that they are doing totally strange things compared to another city or government, right?
I think not only governments need that software, but also like the European digital civil society needs access. And I'd like to see a Horizon 2020 just for civil society and the prototype fund on a European level, like with a big budget. And we try to make that happen, like we're already talking to politicians.
We have a European platform as well, and the lobby work we do, the best experience I think is, well, youth organizations are usually not so conservative, they're more the other way, and still it's very useful to speak especially to conservative politicians and also bring up real-life examples, like explain whatever grandma's secret recipe book and you can share it and nobody hits you on the fingers, except for grandma. And such examples, they really help that politicians start understanding. Also, like the messengers, it's one of the very keen core things. Public access to messenger services, not just WhatsApp and it's a golden cage. They start understanding it if you compare it to real life examples in other areas.
We have 1 minute left. That makes it easier for me. I would, ask yours as also being part of the host. What's your European strategy?
Yeah, well, we just try to sell to them. That's a little short. But I really liked the idea. I think. So a lot of organizations like you guys are lobbying. I think that's really good. What I notice is that sometimes politicians, they would like to not hear from lobbyists for once. And talking to politicians, and I have some friends who always tell me that European politicians are actually quite easy to approach for normal citizens. I would recommend people who care to do that. Because one problem that I've been around open source for 15 plus years. I'm in a bubble. I find it impossible that you don't get that you are the community, as you said, right, as a government. I mean, come on, you're the user, of course you are, but yeah, at the same time, of course, I worked for government. I know they don't think that way. And I can try to get that message across, but for me it is hard. I try to talk to the business world, and I know some of the business words, and that helps. But on a lobbying level, I think we at Nextcloud we try. I mean, I know Frank regularly talks to politicians here and there, so we definitely do our best, but I don't think we're very well equipped for it. But I think normal citizens, as in the people watching the stream and the people in this room, you are actually in a privileged position because you are not a lobbyist. And that gives you a massive benefit, because they want to hear from you as citizen. So, sure, what you have to say might not be as polished as the professionals here at the table can say, but that itself often makes it stronger. So think about, hell, maybe just when you're visiting Brussels, there's this FOSDEM thing. Think if you can visit, a politician who represents you or who you have some kind of connection with, try to ping them on Twitter, try to talk to their staff, give them a call. They actually have people picking up. I mean, not always themselves, of course, but it is possible to make appointments with politicians. And if you come to Brussels, for example, for FOSDEM, or you come to Brussels for other reasons, or to Strasbourg, or try it. Try to talk to them. It's really worth it. Shoot an email. Well, there's another point. Yes.
So, all you normal people out there, come to Brussels. There's lots of normal people at FOSDEM, I can tell you. But they also have beer. Thank you very much. Time is up. I'm already 2 minutes over time. I'm very, very happy to be followed by Gillian York. Hello. And right here. So thanks a lot to all of you. I guess we will be around if you have any further questions during the next 2 weeks in this building. And just 1 week. Okay, good. Thank you very much.
So as Marcus was saying, we are very happy and honored to receive Gillian York. So Gillian York is an American activist for freedom of expression, and she's now director. Oh, it's this laptop. She's now working. She's director of international freedom of expression at the EFF. She's also a journalist, and I think today's talk is our not so secret future, which is a nice mix between like freedom of expression and privacy. So Gillian, thank you very much.
Thank you. Pour myself some water. Okay, give me just 1 moment to pull up my slides. Should be easy. Perfect. No? I don't know how to use a Mac. Sorry. Great. Perfect. Okay. So I really enjoyed the last panel. We use Nextcloud products at EFF. And EFF actually, this is just sort of a side note, it's not my talk, but the Electronic Frontier Foundation has always had a very strict policy about what tools we can use in the office. And we're constantly being flexible about this because it's not reasonable to always demand that people use this kind of phone only or never use Google. I know. But I think it's really great because part of it is, practicing what we preach and trying to set an example for other organizations and other people. But I mean, this is also something that means that we have one of the only websites that has no trackers on it that I've ever found. So I'm going to be talking about privacy and surveillance today. Most of my work is actually around freedom of expression. And so whenever I give a talk about privacy, I feel a little bit out of place. This is not my precise expertise. And yet, at the same time, these two issues are so closely and tightly interlinked. Because without privacy, how can we feel confident in expressing ourselves? How can we feel safe in being who we are and putting ourselves out there for the world if we're not able to also protect parts of ourselves and keep those parts of ourselves private? So, when I leave my house every morning, well, raise your hand actually if you know where the closest surveillance camera is to your front door. Okay, that's a few. So there's one just outside my house because I live right near a hotel. And when I walk out of my house every morning, I know exactly where the first surveillance camera is. And also when I come home late at night, it's Berlin, I come home at 4 or 5 in the morning and I see that surveillance camera and I'm just like, I feel like it's capturing all of the things that I'm doing or not doing right. So when I moved to Berlin, I started kind of this habit of trying to count surveillance cameras because I think Berlin's unique in the world at the moment, at least for cities of its size. It doesn't have nearly as many surveillance cameras as most other cities that I spend time in. And then, of course, if you go to the other extreme of that, then you have London, where I can't even count the number that I can see at one moment because there are just so many of them everywhere. So, with that in mind, I would posit that ubiquitous surveillance is being rolled out into consumer products and being developed by these sort of cooperations between corporations and nation states. And they're creating these interconnected, invisible systems. It's almost like we're living under a microscope. And as I said before, the lack of privacy... has the effect of chilling our free speech. And it's not just the lack of privacy that has the effect of chilling our free speech, as we heard a lot about 6 years ago when Edward Snowden revealed the extent of US surveillance on individuals online. But it can even be the idea of surveillance, the perception that there might be surveillance happening. There was a 2012 survey that was done of people in high internet penetration countries, North America, Europe, and a few other parts of the world, that found that 50% of that survey's respondents believe that they're being watched. Now, it's more likely that about 100% of them are actually being watched, so it's kind of amazing that only 50% think they are. But at the same time, just that perception of surveillance can stifle the ways that we talk about our lives and the ways that we express ourselves, whether it's online or sometimes out there in the public sphere. So I think that we have to be asking ourselves a few questions. My slides are out of order. There we go. Who creates the technology? Who benefits from it? And who should have the right to collect and use our data? Right now, there's a murky gray zone between who builds, who captures, and who benefits from our information. Just to throw out an example before I get into the examples of my actual talk, have you heard of anyone familiar with Adam Harvey's work around facial recognition databases? So this past February, I was on vacation. I was in Colombia, having a really nice time and ignoring surveillance cameras and not thinking about work. And I got a message telling me that I might want to look at something. I was like, ugh, I don't want to look at this. You know, this is work. I'm not going to. But it turns out, I'm glad that I did, because it turns out that I'm in one of the largest facial recognition databases that's ever existed. And so what happened, the short version of this story, is that there's a group of researchers who created, and this is hilarious to me because I don't think of myself as a celebrity, but a Microsoft celebrity database. And the definition of celebrity in this database was also a bit murky. It included a lot of names that you would know, people from sports and film, singers, politicians. But then there was also sort of the subsection of people who were working in digital rights, privacy, and free speech. And some of them are much bigger names than mine. Some of them are names that I hadn't heard of. But we had somehow gotten caught up in this attempt to create this large database of celebrities. And I think that the reason behind it is really simple. There are photographs and videos of me giving talks from the past 10 years. And so to paint a picture of what it looks like from somebody to age from, let's say, 25 to 35 years old, you could easily utilize those images, put them in a database and do that for 100, 1,000, 1,000,000 people, and you'd have a pretty good sense of training data for teaching machines to understand how people age over a period of 10 years. Anyway, long story short, I got caught up in this one database, and then what happened was that the images from that database were used by other researchers, and so on and so forth, until basically it turns out that I'm in a US government facial recognition database that's being used for probably nefarious purposes. And this is really common because while this capture is happening, we don't often know where these images are going into, what they're being used for, and again, who's benefiting from them. You might remember this, but you've probably seen things similar to it. I think the most recent one that I can think of was the Facebook challenge or Instagram challenge, where people were putting photos from 10 years ago and right now side by side. And it only took about 15 minutes before somebody that I follow for work was saying, obviously this is a data capture. They're trying to use this to train systems. And I have no doubt that somebody is doing that, even if that's not why Facebook launched it in the first place. So this particular site is from, I think, 2005. It's pretty old. And it was really simple. It was a Microsoft product. It was actually not even a product. It wasn't meant to be really public. It was an experiment, I believe, through Microsoft Research Center, though don't quote me on that. And this experiment launched, and some people found the website, and it turned out that they really were excited by it, and they wanted to use it, because for some people, for me at least, I look at this and I see a bug, but a lot of people see a killer feature, something where they can upload a photo of themselves and be flattered by what the machine tells them. And in this case, it was to tell them how old they look. Now, I don't want to know that, but I'm guessing a lot of people did, because what happened was that this site, even though it wasn't meant to be so public, it went viral really quickly, and it actually crashed the servers. Again, 2005 internet we're talking about here. But as a result, you have this site that was sort of online for a brief period of time that went down shortly after, and we have no idea how that data that was captured by this website was being used. And this is a pretty common phenomenon, as I said. We see this a lot of the time. And so the other thing that I would mention too is that I think that the means of production being controlled has always traditionally been controlled by those seeking to consolidate power. But when it comes to tech and its actors in Silicon Valley, I lived in San Francisco up until about 5 years ago, I think that we're seeing a new form of power consolidation and new networks forming between governments and states and the way that they operate in all of this sphere. And in Silicon Valley, what's happening is that it's creating a greater and greater divide, both in terms of the wealth gap, as I'm sure you know if you read the news, but also in terms of the divide between convenience and harm. And so a lot of the technologies that are coming out that are designed for use in the United States, for example, or here, a lot of the things that are being proliferated and marketed as really important tools we're basically signing over a lot of our data, as you well know from the work that you do, for the trade-off of convenience. Okay, so back to facial recognition for a second. So the facial recognition market is expected to be $8.64 billion by 2021, and that's actually an outdated quote. That's from 2 years ago. So it was a projection of 2021. I'm guessing it's gotten even worse since then. We've seen a lot of developments. So the How Old Am I project that I just showed you is just one silly example. Like I said, we've seen other ones that are really similar. There was another one in July 2016 called Face My Age, where people not only uploaded images of themselves, but also information like their age, their gender, and their marital status in order for the database to sort of give them some sort of feedback. But in that particular case, it went down before anyone had a chance to know what that data was being used for. So we don't know. There's some image database out there with all of that information that people have handed over, but it's gone. It's lost to the public. So vKontakte, is anyone familiar with this site? Okay, so it's a Russian social networking site. And then there's FindFace, which pairs up with it. And what FindFace was used for is basically the very purpose of it is to identify individuals. So you take a photo of somebody on the street, or you find a photograph of somebody online, and you run it against this database, and you're able to identify them based on the social networking information that they've given over. I'm sure that you can do this with Facebook and its social graph as well, but this just makes it so much easier to do it with vKontakte. And of course, this has already been exploited in really horrific ways. So the first experiment that I was aware of was a man called Igor Svetkov, and he did an experiment in St. Petersburg where he took photos of people on public transit and ran them against this. And he was actually just trying to show how this database could be used for potential harm. He didn't do anyone harm, he was just kind of exposing it. But what happened next? Well, somebody took a lesson from that, and what they did was they took stills from pornographic films and use that to dox the actresses in those films, which is absolutely unacceptable and just demonstrates to me how easily these tools can be exploited. Oh, I think that's cut off a little bit, sorry. There we go. So users of FindFace can simply take out their phone, they can photograph a person, run the image against the 410 million user database, and it's able to identify users' faces with more than 70% accuracy. And here's the founder of FindFace talking about how he thinks it should be used. So he says that it also looks for similar people. So you could just upload a photo of a movie star, hint, hint, or your ex and find 10 girls who look similar to her and send them messages, because of course that's what every woman wants. Hashtag stalker tech. And so this is just one really particularly horrific example that's been used in really horrific ways. But the fact is that these companies are constantly proliferating. And again, these next slides are actually a little bit outdated. There's still companies that exist, but only in the sense that I've seen even more horrific examples since then, since I put this together, and I just haven't had a chance to get them into the slides. So Sitecourt, this is a fun one. So Sitecourt uses eye tracking to figure out your age, your gender, and your mood. It provides a complete understanding of human behavior with just a few lines of code. I mean, who wouldn't want that, right? Nothing that psychologists haven't been trying to figure out for centuries. And then another one called Kairos, which allows you to understand people with facial recognition technology. Just in case you can't understand people under normal circumstances, just use our technology and you'll be able to. And then Cognitech, which this is my favorite, they use anonymous face recognition for people analytics. I'm not sure they know what anonymous face recognition means. I certainly don't. The whole concept of facial recognition is the matching of people. But don't worry, it's anonymous. Trust us. And so what happens to these databases? Well, this is a quote from Kate Crawford. There we go. Just so you can see it. Algorithms learn by being fed certain images, often chosen by engineers, and that's a key point that I'll come back to shortly. The system builds a model of the world based on those images. So if a system is trained on photos of people who are overwhelmingly white, it will have a harder time recognizing non-white faces. And there's a really important key here, the often chosen by engineers. Now, I love engineers, and I think that engineers should be part of every conversation in policy and in other workings of different corporations or governments or nonprofits, what have you. But I also believe the reverse, that it's really important to have people who've studied the social sciences in the conversations about how these databases are being built and used. And in a lot of cases, that's not what's happening. And as a result, everyone knows Google, right? You're familiar with Google? Google identified photos of black people as gorillas. This is a real thing that happened. A colleague of mine, or now colleague of mine, was the person who kind of figured this out and published it. Why did this happen? Well, it's just what happens when you train things without having the social context and awareness to train them to do a certain thing. And we've seen this actually time and time again. There was another example in China, like 2007, 2008, where there was an attempt to use not facial recognition, but essentially what's like skin recognition to block porn in certain search engines. And the tool, whatever it was really effective in blocking porn that included white people. But anyone with darker skin, the porn still showed up. So it was kind of interesting, I guess, if you were, upset by Chinese censorship and you wanted to find porn, you could still do that. But on the other hand, you have this really strange racial bias happening there. And of course, this is not a benign example. This has a real effect on people's lives, but it's also something that as soon as it was brought to their attention, they fixed it. But there are other examples that are being constantly built, I'm really having a hard time with that word today, proliferated, and utilized that I think can have even more horrendous consequences. So for example, neural networks learning to identify criminals by their faces. And this is not, again, this isn't matching people who've been convicted of crimes with people who've been maybe convicted of crimes in other states or countries. This is actually just using things like emotional intelligence recognition, like what Kairos promotes, to identify people who might commit a crime. Really dangerous stuff, in my opinion. And here's another example from a Georgetown study, the Perpetual Lineup, which came out a few years ago. It's really a really good study that found that 117 million US adults are in facial recognition databases, and most of those come from live surveillance videos or other types of police feeds like that. And of course, these uses of facial recognition technology clearly have a disproportionate impact on already marginalized communities, and that's always the case when we're talking about these kinds of uses of technology. And so I think it's a really important point to make as well that without interrogation of the testing and training data, there will always be replication bias, and that these technologies have an ability to really create sort of a complete picture of who you are based on just a few small pieces of data. So, actually, forgot to mention this as well. It's not just facial recognition, it's also things like gait recognition, and this next one really kills me, tattoo recognition. I wish I'd known about that when I was in my late teens and starting to get tattoos, that someday they would be used against me like this. Now, obviously, I can't hide from the systems. I'm going to skip those. So, this is just a last comment on FindFace, and this was from a Guardian journalist. Found that in the future, FindFace's designers imagine a world where people walking past you on the street could find your social network profile by sneaking a photograph of you. And how many times have you seen that happen? I see that happen all the time in Berlin, and it really makes me upset. And that shops, advertisers, and the police could pick your face out of the crowds and then track you down via social networks. This is already possible, as we saw with vContacta and FindFace. The question is, how quickly is it going to become possible to do this on a sort of real-time basis, and are we going to let that happen? So I think we have to be asking ourselves, what world do we want? Privacy is an uphill battle. Oh, that was from this slide, sorry. Yeah. I love that. Privacy is an uphill battle, but I think that it's one worth fighting for. And so if we want, I think that we really need to be asking ourselves out of the box, not within the legal parameters that we already have, not within the contextual parameters that we have or the limitations that we have in terms of funding or in terms of our individual capacity, but I think that we really need to look at what world do we want and how are we going to get there? And I think we really need some out of the box thinking on this. And so you all have the capacity to change the future. And let's do it, because privacy matters. Thank you. I didn't have a timer, so I have no idea if that went short or long. Ah, short. Okay, well, I'm happy to answer questions. Yeah, I try to be an optimist about stuff like this. Oh, sure. Yeah, so the question was, since we're seeing so much of this technology being put out in different countries around the world, in China, different types of markets, do I see any real opportunity for us to cancel this, to shut it down? Yeah, like I said, I try to be an optimist. I think when it comes to the diversity of actors, particularly the diversity of nation states that are already utilizing these technologies. And I didn't even get into biometrics. I could have talked a really long time about biometrics and refugee populations and how horrific it is. But I think that, you know, I don't have a lot of hope right now that we're going to be fighting back against China's use of facial recognition. Like, I don't feel that that's within the capacity of most of you, or most of us. At the same time, I think that there's real opportunities within democratic countries to push back against the way these technologies are being used before they're implemented further. So in Berlin, for example, you have the, is it Südkreuz? Am I going to get this right? So, yeah. So Südkreuz, where they're using facial recognition systems on, you know, basically on, when you're using the escalator, there's a camera pointed at you. And those technologies are already being piloted in Berlin, but I think that we have the opportunity to stop them. And in the US, there were actually a couple of recent wins in this regard. Oakland, California, banned facial recognition technology. There's currently a huge campaign by Fight for the Future and many other organizations, I just know that they organized it, to ban facial recognition at the municipal level in cities across the US. And I believe that that's starting to get some traction in Europe as well. You should definitely seek them out, get in touch with them if that's something that you're interested in. So yeah, I mean, I do think that now's the time, and that it's not too late in a lot of these jurisdictions, maybe not London, but in many places, including Berlin, it's not too late to fight back. Sure. I wish that I could channel my colleagues that have been working on these campaigns. Oh, yes. So the question is, how can we convince politicians to ban these technologies? I have to say, I've not been working on that advocacy directly, and so I really wish that I could harness and channel all of the power of my colleagues who've been in this fight. But you know, I think that there's, an increased recognition at the moment, at least among certain politicians and certain governments, that that we have gone a little bit too far with the use of certain technologies. Not in all cases. I think like the copyright battle is one that I'm just sort of horrified by. But when I look at things like this, I think that first off, I think we need to arm ourselves with data. So there is significant research that demonstrates how these technologies can be weaponized against marginalized communities in particular. And in democratic states that haven't gone full right-wing yet, at least, I think that if we arm ourselves with data and bring it to politicians, I think that's one way that we should really be looking at this, because we do have the data and we do have the capacity to demonstrate to them that the harms of these technologies are greater than the good, at least at the current moment. And then I think that, we should also be looking at regulation. So banning it, not just banning the technologies, but banning what can be sold to whom, what can be built how. Any other questions? Okay, this is a question I can definitely answer. So the question was, when it comes to the big companies, the big social networks, do I think that we should, boycott them, throw them out, lobby them to change, regulate them, etc.? I can answer this question more broadly, not as specifically to facial recognition. So a big part of my work is actually trying to get big social media companies to reform in their practices around speech. So around content moderation, both in terms of what they maybe should be taking down and what they shouldn't be taking down. And I think my answer is a little complicated. I want to boycott them. Like deep in my soul, I want to boycott them. At the same time, I think that it's really important to recognize that companies like Facebook have, 2.8 billion, and I think that that's an out-of-date number at this point, but like something like 2.8 billion users around the world, that's almost a third of the global population. And so while we have rooms like this, and even bigger rooms like this, where people are aware of the pitfalls, all of the pitfalls of these platforms, and have the capacity to move to federated networks or have the capacity to get off social networks entirely, then I think we should. And I think, like with the FF, having zero trackers and not using certain documents, like I said, or not using certain tools, as I said at the beginning of the talk, I think that our communities should be setting examples. At the same time, 2.8 billion people, many of whom have free or reduced cost access to social media platforms through programs like Facebook's Free Basics, or whatever it's called these days, and other kind of net neutrality busting programs that are put out basically to help people connect to the internet, but really to get them to start their internet experience on Facebook. And so I think we can't forget about those folks. I think it's really easy to just say, let's boycott this or let's replace these networks. And don't get me wrong, I think we need to be doing that. But I think we also have to be working to reform and or regulate. And the answer, whether it's reform or regulate, really depends on the issue. So it'd be very sort of details that I would get into on that. But I do think that we need to be looking at it from both sides. And suing them. And leaking information. There's a lot of options. All right. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Jillian. It was really, really great. So it's time for a small coffee break, but just before, we want to have like a super nice picture with you all. So if you are okay with that, except the people who really don't want their face on a picture, which I completely get. Please just like follow me, and then we go to the end of the building, we take the picture, and then we have coffee.
Oh, good, I'm glad. Oh, let me take this off.
Like, I've been following your work, and it's always like, it comes to the moment. Like,
Oh, good, I'm so glad that I can make it. I'm so sorry for the last minute.
It's really nice.
Oh, thank you.
How did you like the talk? Was great.
Glaube ich, kein Pass. Ja, ja, dachte ich auch, aber ich glaube, es ist Notizbuch.
Is there someone else who will give a lightning talk today? Someone who will give a lightning talk today who's not sitting in the first row right now? Sorry? Outside. Okay, there's another room coming. Yeah, thank you. Outside there, yeah. Right outside that door.
Das hast du nur zusammengebracht.
Oh, yeah.
5 minutes. Let's just like do it with the microphone, okay? It's 5 minutes. So, thank you for joining again. We will start with the lightning talks very soon. So, just to give you like a quick reminder, especially for the speakers, lightning talks are 5 minutes. Please look at me sometime because I will be showing you the remaining time. And yeah, have fun, I guess. So all the slides are like they are not like different files. It's just like one big file. So you just hop on stage when you see your first slide. Thank you very much.
All right. So, as in Frank's keynote, you all might probably know Nextcloud Text, and I will give like a quick overview, maybe a bit more technical look on it, what we did. As you've seen, it's collaborative text editing. It has a focus on simplicity, so we try to only like offer formatting that is like really useful to most of the people. We use an open format. We use Markdown as the basic file format, but we don't expose it to the user interface. So the editing is basically what you see is what you get, but the resulting file is Markdown. We also have support for plain text editing, like you can edit source code files with syntax highlighting, also collaboratively, and we also support resolving conflicts. So if someone still uses the desktop client to edit a file and saves it, you will see a nice screen. As you can see, like this is the text app as we all have seen it in the demo before. This is the conflict resolution. On the left side, we have the file version from the currently open in the web browser user session, and on the right side we have the version that got overwritten by the desktop client in that case. Yeah, we didn't start writing from scratch, but we based the code on two libraries basically. One is TipTap, and TipTap uses ProseMirror. ProseMirror is basically a framework for building rich text editors in JavaScript, and it comes with nice, yeah, like a nice feature set. All these collaboration features come with ProseMirror, so we don't need to do much implementation on the client side there. And also they are used by several other companies, like GitLab is using it, Atlassian I think. So this is like the whole document internally is a tree format. You can always like parse it to JSON. You have a base document, and then you can have different nodes under it. In that case, a paragraph, where there's a text node inserted, and there's this other type that is a mark, which can basically apply any styling on the node. So in that case, we have the text inserted, as you can see in the second line from below, and it basically gets marked as bold. Collaboration also uses this JSON-based format, so every change is basically transformation of the document that gets synced to the server then. And the nice thing is that the server doesn't need to take care about applying changes and resolving conflicts. That is all done on the client side. Right, and at the moment we do smart polling because, as you might know, Nextcloud is running PHP, and there's no real way to have like a background task running that has opens a WebSocket, for example. So we do like regular polling to the server, which is backed by memory cache, so we gain some like a pretty nice performance. But yeah, you could also, of course, at a later point for high performance setups, have a separate WebSocket process that is running. Yeah, this is like the basic how conflicts are resolved. So the client sends his latest changes to the server, and if the client isn't based on the most recent version, the server will just deny accepting those, and the client needs to rebase those changes. So just a quick overview, like we started the tech step, but we still have plenty of features that would be nice to be implemented in the future, like different formatting options, of course, all with Markdown as a basis, and like inserting images could still need some improvements, and we also want to bring rich editing to other apps. So if you, like for example, have the Notes app, which also uses Markdown, you could also, like in the future, you should be able to also use the text app for editing those files. And of course, mobile editing, similar to like we do it with Collabora. You open the file right from your Nextcloud app and start editing. And as usual, text is fully open source. It's on GitHub. We have plenty of good first issues, so if anyone wants to start contributing, there are like easy issues with predefined steps. If you want to start helping us implementing something or fixing something, feel free to check that out. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, hello, my name is Tobias. I'm the developer of the Nextcloud Android Files app, and I want to show you the next steps on the Android development over the next year. But first, let us step a year back, and see what we did last year. In the background, you see the active installations count, and on the black line, it's just the time or the date of the event. So in September, we released a 3.3 version with a major highlight of trash bin support. Next was the 3.4 with the action on the notification, so you could accept or deny, for example, a login. or you could edit text or spreadsheets directly via Collaborator online. With 3.5.0, we integrated the possibility to take an image and directly upload it to a certain folder, and also changed the uploading system so that it's on a mobile connection it was using 1 megabyte chunks, and on a Wi-Fi connection it was using 10 megabyte chunks. On March this year, we reached the goal of 300,000 active installations, and as you can see, we shorten our cycle for 100,000 active installations, and we will soon reach 400,000 active installations. 3.6.0 was introduced with a new storage path chooser for local files, so you could directly jump to your picture folder or to your camera folder or movies or music. Also, you could see show notes when you shared a file. Another big milestone we reached on June this year. We had 100 unique active contributor on GitHub. So this is very, very, very cool, and I'm really excited about it, because this means that it's not only a 1 minute or a Nextcloud GmbH-driven project, but it's really a community-driven project. The last release was 3.7.0 with the Chromebox support, as Frank already mentioned at the keynote. And today, exactly this morning, we released 3.8.0 with the UTF support and the remote wipe for Nextcloud 17. So, what are the plans for the next step for the 4.x version? We want to change the internal network library because right now it's rather old, and we want to change it and use the DAF library by DAFX5. If needed, we want to exchange that and then implement the missing features upstream, so we will not fork it, but really want to collaborate in an open source meaning. So also there will then be the new Android library called 2.x, and we will maintain our old currently used library for 2 years, so that enough time is given for people to switch. Also, we want to change the internal caching system. Currently, it's self-made implementation, and we want to rely on Clyde, which is just a major and a good adopted library. On the opposite, we want to go away from the system of Google Account Manager, because it makes problems with external storage when the app is there installed, or also when you have a work profile available. A long-wished feature is also the two-way sync, to have a certain folder totally in sync, but this is something we cannot do right now, because first we need server-side support for it. Also, we want to change the new structure system using Kotlin and a new model system to have a better testability. And last but not least, there are long-wished and often mentioned dark theme support. And as mentioned, all this will not be possible without the help of the community, and here to name the 5 most users that helped us last year. Andy, who did most of the UI and UX changes, Chris, who did the Decker implementation and the new logging system, David, who implemented last year the single sign system and enhanced it this year, RFG did most of the test cases, and as you saw, Dano X that did the dark theme system. So yeah, maybe you want to join us, and maybe then you will be mentioned next year here. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm here to talk about YunoHost and Nextcloud, a self-cloud for better privacy. So some words about me. I am Guelmar, I am French. I have a blog where I speak about in French. I have a Twitter. I am a member of Framasoft, the Google's Internet. I'm a free software user since many years. I do self-hosting with YunoHost, and I pretty say I'm a Nextcloud user, maybe a kind of evangelist. Why I'm here? I'm here to talk about YunoHost. YunoHost is an operating system built to decentralize internet. It's the operating system used in the internet cubes. Maybe you have about that. It's a kind of Ubuntu for self-hosting. If I would like to introduce you YunoHost. You need, if you need more information, you can go on the website. YunoHost, some features overview. It's Debian-based. It's simple on the web administration interface. You can add some apps by just clicking on the web interface. There is SSO supports, backup, Let's Encrypt integration, firewall, fail2ban. All you need to do self-hosting. It's cool. You can find some information about YunoHost architecture if you need. It's documented. What it looks like. When you know that this is the YunoHost default login interface, you can customize it. You have just to log in. There is no authentication factor yet. After you are connected, this is the user interface. Each blocks represent an app you can choose. There is a part for administration interface. It's graphics. You have different parts, and all the things you need to do for administration, you can do it basically with a web interface. All the things you do with a web interface are available with command line interface. It's the graphical interface is just an UI for all the command lines. So if you are an administrator system who likes command lines, you can do it. When you know apps are packages. There is a standard for how you package an app to make it work on YunoHost. It's also documented. So Nextcloud and YunoHost. Install Nextcloud in few clicks. Nextcloud is packaged as other apps. So in background, it's a shell script where you have all the steps, step-by-steps, to make the Nextcloud works on the YunoHost. So when I need to learn how to install a web app, I check first if there is an YunoHost apps, and I know how to install these apps because it's well documented. It's a shell script. You can use a graphical installation. So you search for Nextcloud, you click on install. You have some field to answer where you want to put it on subdomain, the main users. And after, you have a new apps, you click on Nextcloud Works. Interested, convinced? You can deploy a YunoHost for yourself, tell your friends, organize install party, give us some feedbacks on the UX. You can contribute to the codes from the backend, from the front end. You can do some documentation, supports in the forums. Thanks for your attention.
So, hello, my name is Fanny Dimu, and I will tell you a beginner story about my Google Summer of Code experience. A few things about me. I am a junior software engineer coming from Greece. I have just graduated from the School of Electrical and Computer Engineering in Athens. I am the creator of Secure Willy. Hold on to this, I will explain it in a second. And guess what? I have successfully completed Google Summer of Code this summer. So, the project I worked on was Nextcloud Pi. Nextcloud Pi is a ready-to-use solution for Nextcloud where everything is pre-installed and pre-configured. And although it's a great job, there are still some features that are missing. So my job was to spot these features and do my best to fill the gaps. My mentors have been Pantelis Arados and Stathis Iossifidis, both active members of the Greek community of Nextcloud, and also of the books Nacho, who is the main developer of Nextcloud Pi, and had been giving me really useful coding tips. Okay, so why did I choose a Nextcloud-related project? Because it's cool, and I use it for my personal data, and also because I have used it in the past as a benchmark for Secure Willy. Secure Willy is an open source software that I created, which automatically produces app armor profiles for Docker containers. Briefly, I picked a Docker Compose file of Nextcloud, and I produced an app armor profile for the server and one for the database service. Okay, and let's see what I did in Google Summer of Code. First of all, I adapted Nextcloud Pi to continuous integration. I used Travis in order to build images for its architecture, the Docker images, do some tests, and push the images to Docker Hub. This automates the whole process and saves time, and it also provides transparency of the building phase to users. Next, I created an automation tool which asks for a minimum input and gives a ready-to-use virtual machine on VirtualBox. And it also provides an option for easy cloning of an existing NCP VM. This makes a beginner's life easier as it does not require any technical skills at all. Another automation tool which creates a distributed system of NCP Docker containers where the data storage is replicated over all nodes. I used Docker Swarm and ClusterFS. It provides high availability and data persistence, meaning that if your machine crashes, then you still have access to your Nextcloud Pi data via another machine of the system. Another task I worked on was Ansibleizing Nextcloud Pi server. I had to convert every single bash script of NCP server into Ansible playbooks. This work is still in progress though. It sounded like a good idea because many IT people are using Ansible, and it's also easier to learn than Bash for non-programmers and lowers the barrier for future developers. Lastly, I helped Nacho with the update system where I implemented the mechanism for backward updates, and I have also written some blog posts about each feature I created, which you can find on my blog, and some of them are also posted on your bits. Some of the existing features can still be improved and expanded, like Ansible or Travis CI for board images, and there are several new ideas that I intend to work on in the future. If you want to learn more about my work, you can see my contact details. That's all. Thank you.
A very non-technical presentation will follow now. I work at the German Federal Youth Council, and we actually, Nextcloud is just a part of our work supporting organizations in their digital transformation. I just wanted to present you a bit to understand what use cases are for non-profit organizations. Traditional file sharing and groupware, that's very obvious. Then we have one bigger project. It's actually 60 organizations. They are monitoring political and physical attacks against NGOs, especially with the rise of the right-wing party AfD that has increased dramatically. And so we have an anonymous letter inbox in Nextcloud. We have tagging and like support mechanisms there. Then another, like a very typical thing is they are using Nextcloud plus Collabora for time logging because the administration forces us to use Excel sheets. So that's the easiest way to use Collabora. Youth organizations or other youth welfare organizations don't start with zero. They usually have a lot of tools running. That's the usual, the things they use. And each of these are replaced by Nextcloud now, which is quite impressive, I think. There's two symbols you can see without a name. That's the surveys, because we are not fully convinced yet about forms, but I know that it will improve. So the pre-Nextcloud problems in organizations were that obviously in so many different tools, each activist has to find his or her own set of tools. And the overview gets lost, who has access to what, if people leave, so where's the data. Then organizations like mine have offices, of course, like employed people, but also non-employed people, volunteers. And if there's a monoculture of whatever, Microsoft Office or whatever, it's very easy for them, but it's very difficult for volunteers. License fees, we actually had a problem that one of our member organizations lost all of their contacts, like address books, because they didn't pay the license fees, because sometimes they just forgot. So their whole contact is gone. That will not happen with Nextcloud. And also the separation of private and professional life. It's just, I leave the office and I just switch off whatever, the chat. But with Nextcloud, we came across several of new challenges. First of all, people are totally confused, like what is a group? There's user groups, there's the circles, There's the contact groups in the address book. And there's the, because we use the XMPP extension, there's also XMPP groups, and people really, really have trouble to understand that. Then the next thing is sharing, the logic of sharing, and like inheriting the rights of documents. And also they are totally confused if they are allowed to move a folder or if it changes with your colleagues. And like this is really something that needs a lot of explanation at the moment. Then we realized people, like many organizations are really moving their whole structured infrastructure to Nextcloud, but if you had a file server of 2 terabytes and people start just using their sync client, suddenly their notebook is just full and they realize, oh, maybe we shouldn't have synced everything. Then the simultaneous use of apps is not consistent at the moment. For example, text is really cool because people can work together. On like other apps, for example, I think DICOM and so on, you can just work each person after, like another, like, what's the English word? Like separately. And that's also confusing to people. For Collabora, we realized, I mean, people love it, but to understand which fonts are available, because the server has fonts, but you have fonts on your computer and included fonts, it's really difficult for people. Also, because it's not consistent, in Collabora you can just close a document and it's not saved, and it's just gone. And people don't expect that, because text, for example, saves automatically. And end-to-end encryption is a big challenge for people to understand. I think this is the most important slide here. Something that you should know. If, especially youth organizations and many non-profit organizations get a lot of public funding, and that makes it difficult to contribute to open source software, which is really strange, because funding cannot be donated. So for example, we can switch to LibreOffice, but we cannot donate to the project. So we have to pay something. We have to get an invoice for something, then we can do it. And then the other thing is the 50 user support gap. It seems as if there is nobody who has, like, offers support for below 50 users. And because many organizations have like 20 people in secretariat and some volunteers, they're always under 50 regular users. And Microsoft makes it much easier to just pay and then think they have a support. Thanks for listening.
Hi everyone, my name is Marie. You probably know me from when I used to work at Nextcloud. Now I'm an event manager and program manager at Prototype Fund, which we're going to present to you today.
Yeah, my name is Thomas. I'm also programming manager from Prototype Fund. It's also part of an NGO, so this is another non-tech part of these lightning talks. So the Prototype Fund is a project, part of the Open Knowledge Foundation in Germany. And we want to support development of software ideas. And we have 4 focal points we want to support, which is civic tech, data literacy, security, and software infrastructure. In short, with Prototype Fund, we want fund, common, good-oriented software development, or we want to promote open source projects that add value to the whole society. The Prototype Fund itself is funded by the Federal Ministry of Education and Research. And with the Prototype Fund, we want to deny another way to distribute money rather than giving large amounts of money to large organizations. We want to give small amounts to individuals and small groups. We evaluate what we are doing and want to share our results and our experiences that we find many imitators and multipliers. So in numbers, we are now waiting for applications until September for our round 7, and up so far you see the numbers, how many projects we funded, and everything else. Funding period lasts 6 months, and you get 47,500 euros. So the focal points we want to support is civic tech. With civic tech, we want to provide digital tools for every citizen. In security, we want to support privacy, secure communication, and data economy. With data literacy or data competence, we want to make everyone being able to use and analyze open data sets. And with software infrastructure, we want to empower groups and individuals to operate their own applications and networks.
So we're here because we think Nextcloud is really interesting. Nextcloud projects are really interesting for us to fund, and we actually already have funded one. It's called Undo from Ransomware. It was presented in the lightning talks at the conference last year. It's basically a tool to get back in time if your computer gets infected with ransomware based on Nextcloud. Our round this time is called Engineering Trust Vertrauen bauen. The applications are open until September 30th, and basically with engineering trust, we mean everything related to trust. Think about trust in information with, for example, journalism or social media. Trust in communication with secure messengers and other encrypted apps. Our trust in government and businesses with all tools for transparency and accountability. Things about trust between people and their devices, between citizens and institutions, and literally any trust link that you can think of that can be helped with tech we're interested in. It doesn't mean that you can't apply with anything else. Like, we're open to anything also not related to trust. This focus just means that we're like particularly happy to have projects about trust, but literally any open source project is welcome. If your project is open source, it's innovative, and it fits in one of the categories that Thomas listed before, then you should apply if you need the money. If you're considering applying, tips, just use very clear language. Make sure that you make clear why we need it, what it's about, and how you're going to do it. And communicate about how innovative your project is, because the jury will look at that. On that note, we're looking forward to your applications, and we're here a bit for the rest of the day, at least a few hours, and then tomorrow again to answer your questions or shoot us an email. Thank you.
So hello again. Now I'm going to talk about why the Open Source Center by Atos is developing a business model around Nextcloud. So who I am. You have already seen me as Genma. It's not my twin, it's already me. Now I'm as Jerome, working for Atos, and as a project manager, architect, and open source specialist. So, Atos. It's the corporate part. It's why I am here during my work time. So it's a French multinational international technology services and consulting company. Our headquarters is in Besançon in France, and we are specialized in different services: cloud, big data, cybersecurity, and services. And Atos operates worldwide under different marks: Atos, Atos Intel, Atos Consulting. Okay, you can check the Wikipedia pages if you know it. What is the AOAC? Atos Open Source Center is where I work. It's a center of expertise and support for open source software. Red Hat and community. We are Red Hat partner, but there is, I am actually developing the part for community open source software. We are offering different offers and services: consulting, advice and expertise, supports. We do supports from big company for ministry in France. The kind of supports you can expect: bug correction hotline with a help desk. You can ask us to correct some software, and after we release the patch to the community. What else? We have a DevOps factory. We are working to build open source software from the source faster to provide our customer some new software patch, and after, before we released the patch, and it's integrated in the main branch in the source code of the website, of the software. And we are working on digital transformation with microservices architecture, IaaS, PaaS, CaaS, cloud, private, hybrid, public. So I ask myself, why Atos and Nextcloud? Okay. So why the Open Source Center by Atos is developing a business model around Nextcloud? As I said before, now I'm an open source specialist and above all a Nextclouders. I'm very proud to use Nextcloud. I really believe, and I know it's true, that Nextcloud is a response to the GAFAM. It's why I'm a member of Framasoft, or against Chinese cloud. And I think I'm not the only one. You are here, so you are already convinced. Nextcloud popularity increased. In the end of August, there is a big announcement. The French Ministry of Interior is now preparing a rollout of a production-ready Nextcloud to their users, designed to scale to the 300,000 people of the ministry. So why Atos? As I say, Atos is a very big and large company. We have many thousands of collaborators from all expertise. We are able to respond all the customer needs. It's the corporate parts, but it's true. And what we plan to do with Nextcloud? Just to do what we do with open source software. We are convinced our customer to use Nextcloud as an alternative for their cloud needs. We are Google Cloud's partner, Microsoft partners, and I want to develop a third way with Nextcloud and other free software. What we can do, we can install them Nextcloud on their own infrastructure or on our infrastructure. Because we are a cloud provider, we can provide them supports. So let's create a Nextcloud offer for our customer. Benefits for Nextcloud on Nextcloud community: most customers and users on its core. Bug reports. It's really important for me to do some big reports and to sensibilize our customers to do some bug reports. Contributions. Maybe we can ask our customer to pay for new apps that we will release under free software license for the Nextcloud community. Doing some improvement on existing apps. So next, we need to find customers to have money. We need to finish to construct the offer, to communicate about it. It's the first official communication we do about it. We are searching for some partnership with Nextcloud, with Collabora, with OnlyOffice. So during the coffee break, we are going to talk with you. We are planning to do a meetup in Paris. My plan is to organize a meetup to talk about Nextcloud, maybe to do a bug correction party. We'll see. Thanks for your attention.
Yeah, I'm Ulf. I already talked this morning about the integration. Now some more details. I have about 10 charts. The first 6 or 7 are a little bit more about our product. So you understand, or some foundation about the product is important to understand how Nextcloud fits into it and then the value for our customer base. Yeah, I talked this morning about the acceptance criteria that are typical supercomputers that are our heritage. The largest systems that we deployed is 250 petabytes. There are about 25 racks with storage, and there are a couple of hundreds or thousand nodes where the file system is mounted. Yeah, you can think about Spectrum Scale as the file system that is overspanning all these nodes. There's an agent running on each node, and we provide very fast access. Yeah, similar to NFS, like a distributed file system, but super fast. Yeah, that we had this morning. So scalable performance is one piece, but when you run the storage at that scale, then you also need automated data management. We have, for instance, placement and movement policies. Yeah, if you think about Nextcloud, you have maybe smaller documents like a Word or a PDF, you can have large movies. And with the placement policies, you can integrate flash and spinning disk, for instance, in one file system. And based on the ending, the movies would go to spinning disk and the other one to the faster, more expensive storage. You don't see it from the user perspective, it's always the same path. And we do it underneath. And if the time gets older, we can also automatically move data from SSD or flash to the spinning disk, underneath, so your users, and even on the Nextcloud level, you don't see it. So data management is important for that. And we also developed one new feature, that is the notification, and that is where we have the integration with Nextcloud. So here, that is, we provide one file system and different access methods. Users can access via POSIX and the agent, but also via NFS, SMB, or via object, or if we have Nextcloud running on it, the same data can also access via Nextcloud. So there's no data copying, nothing. It's in one file system, then you have the different access methods. That is the environment. So we have storage nodes providing the storage, the compute nodes where the analyzer of the data is running, access nodes, and then Nextcloud would be installed as a utility node for additional service. In Nextcloud, we integrated Spectrum Scale as external storage, so local file system. And in the past, then, there you run defaults every 15 minutes. There you scan for updates. And for file systems at that scale, a traversal of the file systems just takes too long. So that was the past. And now the integration is about, we have a new feature that was introduced in our latest release that is called Clustered Watch. And with Clustered Watch, we have an agent on all nodes. The changes are sent to a Kafka. That Kafka is internal in Spectrum Scale, and from there we push out the messages to an external Kafka that you would need to provide to get it out. That is the tooling that we have in Spectrum Scale. In Nextcloud, on the other hand, there you have Redis for memcaching, and we have a small example script to convert the Kafka messages into entries in Redis. And from there is a plugin available that reads the Redis events and then updates in Nextcloud the file system view. In that way, you can have at large scale or on large deployments changes in the file system outside Nextcloud and get real-time updates in the file system view. And then you think about the workflow that we heard this morning. We can on our side ingest the data from some instruments, do the analysis, then put the result in Nextcloud, and then you get an email with a link into Nextcloud to your work group. Here the results or the rendered image is available at that link. I have a GitHub project ongoing with Ansible scripts and so on to document it end to end. That's still private because my colleague has it running, but it's not working on my system. So I have it running that the events appear in Redis. I see that the Nextcloud agent is pulling out and removing the events, but I don't see the updates in the view. So once I have this fixed, then this project will get public, and you can see how this is running and integrated end to end.
Hello everybody, this is Aysa. So I am going to present DICOM Weaver. Is enough? Okay. Today I'm going to present DICOM Weaver, which allows medical imaging in Nextcloud. Okay, what is DICOM? Have you ever heard about it? No. Did you? Oh, great. Maybe you haven't, but you already met that guy before if you go to a hospital to get a part of your body scanned. For example, you injured your arm and you went to a hospital and your doctor asked for MR scan of your arm. And you are going to the scan room and the scanner takes your MR images of your arm. After you leave the scan room, you go to doctor's room and you are very excited to see your MR results. So the question is, how are your DICOM images stored and transferred to the doctor's office? And how can your doctor show the MR images your arm in his office? Here is the magic of DICOM. Your all MR images are stored in DICOM format, and your doctor is able to view your MR results thanks to a DICOM viewer. Here's a little background. I have been working on medical imaging software for a long time. Also, I was storing my old DICOM images in Nextcloud and had to find a simple way to store and view them and demonstrate them. Of course, there are many native desktop applications to do that, but installation steps are really painful. Also, they are based on the platform, usually Windows, and we are restricted to a single machine and impossible to view and collaborate them. Also, there are many zero-footprint DICOM viewers in the market. I'm also the core team member of the Open Health Imaging Foundation, which develops a zero-footprint DICOM viewer. But just like other DICOM viewers, OIF requires a PEC server to view images and an infrastructure to store them securely. And all DICOM viewers should be HIPAA compliant, and Nextcloud takes care of it for us, and thank you guys. Also, we are working on, also you may want to import your existing DICOM images from your PEC server to Nextcloud for better migration, and you may want to synchronize your DICOM images with Nextcloud for better migration. We are working on a solution which provides this with the third-party integration. DICOM Viewer uses sharing and collaboration features provided by the Nextcloud, and who can use it? Hospitals, clinics, radiology centers, researchers, patients, and developers. If you want to check the features of the Nextcloud DICOM Viewer, you can see the screenshot of a DICOM Viewer. You can see the toolbar on the top and series panel on the left, and the main viewport shows the DICOM image. You can see all details of a DICOM file, and you can single and group viewing options. Next, we plan to implement several features for DICOM Viewer, and thanks to all supporters of the DICOM Viewer, and after that we are open to collaboration and any help. And the last thing I have to say, own your health data and keep it yourself.
Now let's see if this works. Very interesting as always. First of all, let me say thank you to everybody here, because I might forget that. I and the journalism community really owes you guys and girls a big thank you for all the work that you have put into things like Nextcloud. My name is Frederick Loren. I'm an investigative reporter since 25 years, working for Swedish public service television, and I often work together with other colleagues all over the world, because the world is global, and so must journalism be. One of the, now we have not the correct one. Okay, I'm really sorry for that. It was not the correct slide. Shit. Interesting. How, okay, I have to fake it until you make it. At least it's a blank page. You have heard about Panama Papers. that was a source who came to a very reputable newspaper in Germany, Süddeutsche Zeitung, and they gave us terabytes, and Süddeutsche came to us, which are the ICIJ, the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. We are a bunch of 300-400 people all over the world who have realized that cooperation is needy if you are going to challenge big corporations and tax evasion and things like that. With the data from Süddeutsche, we were 400 people who all across the globe could investigate the Chinese leading the party apparatus up there, showing that they are using offshore to store their wealth. We could show how the most famous was the Icelandic prime minister who had to resign because he had hidden stuff in offshore, etc. Putin's hidden millions or billions were found, etc. All through collaboration and by very, very different journalists. People from Russia who are under great pressure, people from Sweden where there's a strong constitution and not really big threats to journalists, people in Africa who are under physical threat every day and economic threat, etc. We managed because we had a joint collaboration platform that we built ourselves, ICIJ. But that's where we shared the documents, and that's where we could pull and search in all of the Panama Papers and get them home to our computers and do our own local reporting. My challenge, and why I'm thanking you guys, is because I know that there are not only 400 journalists out there, there are thousands out there who have a local situation that is often terrible. It can be terrible in the sense like Swedish Public Service Television, who has a contract with Microsoft. We do Office 365. That means that every investigation that Sweden does that we do in Sweden can end up in an American court. It hasn't happened yet, but we will be there sooner or later. We can also end up in a court in Britain where some oligarch decides that he doesn't like what we report on him, and then we can get sued and we will have to present it in court or face billions in fines. So there are some real big challenges, and also there's a lot of simple challenges like losing your hard drive, etc., and having bad infrastructure. So we have implemented since 15 years things like our own server, and we built it on OwnCloud, and then patchwork, etc. And since then, this last year, I have migrated to Nextcloud. And it's really fantastic, and you know why, I don't need to explain to you, but I think you're getting an idea of why this is important to journalists. This server is now running and is providing me with a fantastic tool, and I'm fairly advanced, and it's really working well in most parts. And it's also providing already Russian colleagues with a platform to work on, and that's a very difficult environment. And it's also providing an NGO already in Asia, I should say, who is under great duress. Basically, that's what the investigative cloud is. It's just Nextcloud used for journalists and implementing as many as the security features that you can come up with, and the ease of use, and, well, let me show you why this is important. This is a secret American court that never published its decisions until very recently. It's a decision that there will be an investigation and a search for Julian Assange's document at Google. This is this decision. And that's one thing. He's a sexual offender, or he's a suspected sexual offender. You can say many things about that. But here, you'll also find Birgitta Jonsdottir, who is an elected parliamentarian in a European country, Iceland. And what this secret court in America ordered Google to hand out was not only all the documents or emails in Birgitta Jonsdottir's account, it was also all the IP addresses that has ever accessed the account. And you know better than I know where those IP addresses are stored and who is now inside of a European parliamentarian's iPad, you name it. This is why this is so important. And again, thank you.
Hi, my name is Galina, I'm from OnlyOffice, and today I hope to give you some ideas of how to make your work and documents within Nextcloud even more secure and effective. So let me briefly introduce what we are doing, what we are working on, and give you some background. So I think about 15 years ago, we were fond of converters for all the file types like audio, video, images, etc., and later also documents. And our mission was to make the documents look the same and keep the formatting after conversion. On the other hand, we also had our own collaborative platform for sharing documents, and we wanted to teach this platform to edit documents online, and even better, to collaborate on documents online. Just to avoid this downloading, uploading, to make some changes offline, etc. And the most important thing here is to secure this process. Since 2010, we are working on our online document editors, which are as powerful as desktop ones, but providing the advantages of the online working. So that means that you can access them from anywhere, from any device. You can share files, you can co-edit the files, etc. Our core technology is HTML5 canvas, and our internal format is docx. So we keep the same core for web version, desktop version, and mobile, and this is how we support all the all the versions we do have on our GitHub. Right now, OnlyOffice has more than 5 million users worldwide. So let's have a look on the software itself. It has stepped interface with feature-rich toolset to edit your documents. You can set up fonts, styles, paragraph, etc., add some shapes, charts, use content controls, and you can even extend the functionality of our editors by adding the plugins. As for co-editing, OnlyOffice offers flexible access rights. You can use 2 co-editing modes. You can review, track the changes, add commands, use the built-in chat, etc. And what's important that every user can choose his own settings without being dependent on all the other users who are working on the same document. So, data security. It's the most crucial question, I think, for all who are working with documents online. OnlyOffice is an open source solution. You can install it on your servers without any access from any third-party companies. We are using JSON Web Token between our editors and storage of the files. Limited cache lifetime. You can hide download copying. We have also released the watermark option. You can set it up and see who has created the files and who has opened it last. We have released the end-to-end encryption reinforced by blockchain technology, which is used to store and transfer the passwords for encrypted files. And what's important, not only the files, but also the traffic, all the changes, all the temporal files, they are also encrypted. So since we met last time, we had 2 huge releases. We have new interface, new customization options, mobile apps for integration, desktop integration with Nextcloud, auto-conversion not only of the formats. We work not only with the docx, but also with all the other formats with ODF. We auto-convert them and edit them directly. We have a lot of features which we plan to implement for Nextcloud connector, like force safe or advanced sharing permissions. And this is the idea, actually, how to make the Nextcloud work even more secure with your documents. You can just install OnlyOffice by any option you can find on our GitHub, like Snap, which we have just released, or Docker script, Univention, or any other option. If you would like, you can also test this software without installing by our test cloud. We have, again, just released it. You can easily connect your Nextcloud with the latest version of Nextcloud connector to our public test cloud, just to see how OnlyOffice works within your Nextcloud. So I think that's all. Thank you.
So thanks everyone. That's the end of the talks for today. As you see, or I don't know if you can follow the schedule at this point, but the building workflows session has been moved to tomorrow, which makes us almost be on time now. So now is a coffee break. Do we want to say 16:30 as is on the schedule? Yeah, so how to start contributing to Nextcloud and get started developing a Nextcloud app. We will do them just both in parallel because they're so similar just in this room. If you're interested in going to, come after the coffee break, 16:30 here, and preferably sit in the front because then we can work together better. But otherwise, there's the party, and it will be at the... where it says on the map at the Schleusenkrug, at the beer garden. You have this handy map here. The location of the university is wrong, but the beer garden is correct. But you're all here, so it's fine, I guess. In your bag that you got, or if you didn't get it, let any one of us know. There's I think 2 tickets, right, for drinks. So you get 2 drinks for free on us. It starts at 7, basically. And that's that for today. Tomorrow, 9:30, just as today. Okay, anything else, Nina, or no? Okay, thanks everyone. See you at the workshop, at the party, or tomorrow.
Die ganze Zeit so sprungbereit.